Archives and History Commission. Sorry, I got the message about recording right in my face. And I'm the outgoing chair, but I'm looking forward to getting to connect with everybody again, and we'll see y'all later. And I'll play around the room. Let's go to somebody else from CalPAC. Steve, you want to go next?
Hold.
Sure.
I have to go.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Steve Dugan. I'm the archivist for the CalPAC conference. I am on my second year already, or working on my second year. It's been really fun, and I'm a lifelong Methodist, so one of my interesting things is that I see names all over the place. And I go, do I just know them from, the archives, or do I personally know them? Because as you well know, everybody knows everybody within the conference. So that's always fun. I'm going to, let's see, pass it over to Betty.
Hello, everyone. I'm Betty Clements from the CalPAC, and I'll say because I worked at the Claremont School of Theology, where the archives were for a very, very, very long time. I have actually been working one way or another with the CalPAC Commission for 22 years. Eek! And I've been to a number of the WJCAH gatherings, so it's good to be back. I'm sorry we're not in person. It would have been great fun to go to Phoenix someday. At the moment, I'm the secretary of this commission, and so I'm really grateful that this is being recorded. I live in the same retirement community that Darrell Weiss lived in. And it is one where residents take a huge responsibility in the governance of the community. Therefore, a lot of work is involved by some of us. So I'm one of those folks. And that's why I have to leave in the at least early part of the afternoon. So I'm grateful for the recording. And now, another person? How about, I don't know. How about leaping over to Stephen Yale?
I'm California and Nevada Conference. Take care of the archives and chair of the commission. Take care of the jurisdictional archives at the Pacific School of Religion in Berkeley. Serving on General Commission on Archives and History. And I'll pass it on to Larry, who's also on the General Commission and our president.
Thanks, Stephen. Larry Hayden here. I'm up in Anchorage, Alaska, and I'm historian for the Alaska Conference. And since Darrell retired from the General Commission, I've been placed in his position. And I'm your president for the Western Jurisdiction Group. And I'll pass it down to Aristo 5.
I'm Semiti Ravato from the California Nevada Conference. I am just a member since last year. And I'm just starting to know more about this, but I've been a librarian most of my life. So it's good to see you and share experiences and learn experiences from you. And since I'm on my phone, I don't know who else is next. Thank you.
I'm Joyce Lamkin from Grace United Methodist Church here in Los Angeles. I am the co-chair of the Archives Committee. I was a church secretary first as a volunteer and then the church secretary for about 15 years. So I was archiving information all along and didn't realize it. So Emma Henderson is our chairperson, and she asked me to assist her with the committee a couple of years ago. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Want to call on somebody, Joyce?
Emma Henderson, if you will. I'm sorry. Two Emmas at my church, and Emma Henderson is the one with us today.
Thank you, Joyce. Yes, Emma Henderson, good morning. You know, I'm so fascinated just listening to the conversation going back and forth, and it gives us a chance to learn about you. Emma Henderson is chair of archives. I'm at Grace United Methodist CalPAC Conference, and of course, a member of the Historical Society. I've been at Grace for 51 years, and that's a long time, and I have enjoyed every moment. And I'm just fascinated with hearing your voices and putting a face with a name, as Reverend Wiest shared all the information with us. Thank you for the invitation. I will pass it on to my teammate. Is Deborah there? Deborah Weathersby.
I am here. I'm Deborah Weathersby, a new member to the team, and very appreciative of being included. And I look forward to future meetings. We have truly enjoyed our time with Pastor Wiest, and we're missing him dearly. Thank you.
There we go. I'm Susan Knight from CalPAC Conference, but I live in Alaska. And I'm on the, I'm a retired clergy member. I served both in California and Alaska as in churches. And now I'm retired and working with Larry in the Alaska missionary, well, it's not that anymore, Alaska Conference in the archives.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jane Fricke from Liberty United Methodist Church in Buckeye. We're about 40 miles southwest of Phoenix. I am the historian for our church, and I just wanted to listen in on records management today. Learn some things. We're at the Desert Southwest Conference.
My name is Daphne McKee. I'm part of St. John United Methodist Church here in Anchorage. I have been there for 60 years and have just been assigned as historian. I just need some insight on what we do.
Then John.
Yes, I'm just listening in, a cheerleader for Larry and interested in some of the presentations today. I'm from Pacific Northwest Conference.
Nancy?
I'm Nancy Mead from Mountain Sky Conference. I'm a retired elder living in Alamosa, Colorado, which is in the San Luis Valley, in between Pueblo on the Front Range and Durango on the west side. So kind of in the southern middle of Colorado. I've been with the commission in this conference since 1986. I've served as treasurer and then co-chair, and I've just recently been elected chairperson. So we are sort of starting fresh with our group here. I don't think anybody else from our commission is here. So I'll be passing stuff on to them. And let's see, who haven't we heard from?
I think we're on the Jim.
Okay, I'm a former chair of the Pacific Northwest Conference. I was chair for about 8 or 12 years, somewhere in that spread there. And then in retirement, my wife and I moved back to where our son and daughter-in-law and grandchildren are. So I am still actually chair of as treasurer of the commission and serve in that capacity, even though I live a long ways away. And let's see, who hasn't?
I think Michael is the
Mike
only
had-
one.
Mike.
And
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Mike Nickerson, and I have been a long time away from the Western Jurisdiction Archives and History. I was very active until 1996. I was on the General Commission from 88 to 96 as the finance chair. And I actually now am a member of the Mountain Sky Conference, so you'll, except I live in Tucson. I retired from the Mountain Sky Conference. I'll be talking a little more about what I did in the Desert Southwest Conference later on when it was first started. And in between there, I was president at United Theological Seminary, was pastor in Parker, Colorado, where I retired. And then I was pastor after retirement in Wenatchee, Washington, Aspen, Colorado, and Billings, Montana. And now I'm not a pastor anymore for the first time. So I'm retired now in Tucson.
Mike, I just say, I was born in Wenatchee, grew up there. My father was chair of the building committee when the present building was built. And so it's an interesting connection.
Oh, that's great. That is great. And it was a great church. I really enjoyed that church.
Did we miss anybody?
We admit it if we did.
So, Mike, can you go ahead and lead us in prayers to get us started?
I'll be glad to. Oh God, we do come here today remembering our past, celebrating it, and knowing that it gives us our identity for the future. Help us to look forward to that future in new ways in which you lead us. Help us to be cognizant of your spirit as we go through rather difficult times. And yet we know you're always present with us. And help us to recognize all the ways you have given us great gifts, gifts to share with others. And in our awareness of all your graciousness, help us always to remember to share everything we have with those who we come in contact with, and in those we will never meet, and yet who are our brothers and sisters now and always. Because of your name, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
So to get us started today, the chair or the general secretary for Archives and History couldn't be here, but she did send a lovely recorded message. So bear with me as I try to screen share for the first time today and see if we can go ahead and share this.
Greetings from the General Commission on Archives and History. I am Dr. Ashley Bogan-Dreff, the General Secretary. My sincerest apologies that I cannot be with you live today, but I do hope that this video offers a sneak peek into some of our current and upcoming plans and that they bring you a little bit of joy and excitement. Now, it's no secret that this has been a historic time in the United Methodist Church, with 3 delays of the 2020 General Conference, a quadrennium that has lasted 6 years and possibly 8, an impending split, and the announcement of the Global Methodist Church starting at the end of May. Add to this the continued pandemic, our shifts to digital media and online worship, and we are daily, sometimes hourly, making history. Many of the inquiries we've received of late have expressed concern over our denomination's future. GCAH is here to ensure that the constant and consistent story of United Methodism is known and shared widely. Methodists have always been a people who challenge the status quo. John Wesley did so in his time in a wide variety of ways, from preaching outside in the fields and the coal mines, to empowering women to embody the Spirit and Word of God, to taking the gospel message to those who've been told that they weren't worthy of hearing it. This is our distinct identity as a people called Methodist. Living boldly and challenging norms so that the grace of God can thrive in and through all persons. And this has continued throughout our almost 300 years of existence as a missional movement, and despite the dozens of splits and splinterings that we've also experienced. The theme for Heritage Sunday of 2022 is Splits, Separations, and Reconciliations, Rooted in Wesleyan Grace. In the resources we've put together that will be debuted over the month of April, we've sought to provide guidance and a sense of comfort, if we can, through this moment. When looking upon our past, you might say that Methodists have been better at splitting than at staying together. Remember, Methodism itself would not have existed in America without an initial split from the Church of England. Prior to the formation of the Methodist Episcopal Church in 1784, the Southern Methodists split off for only a couple of years because they were not ordained and could not provide the sacraments to their constituents. And at the very first General Conference in 1792, some Methodists followed James O'Kelly in a departure because of not only the stances on slavery, but also on the appointive power of bishops. Every decade after, until 1870, there was at least one split from the Methodist Episcopal Church. Interestingly enough, most of these dealt with the appointive and itinerant process. So one of the more contentious aspects of our identity as Methodists seems to be a lack of control. The lack of congregations to decide who should be their pastor, and the lack of pastors to control or decide where they serve. Republican Methodists, Primitive Methodists, Wesleyan Methodists, Free Methodists, and with certain interpretations, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church Zion, and the Christian Methodist Church were all formed due to disagreements over the appointive process or over religious authority. So for Heritage Sunday this year, GCAH has produced a series of 16 videos, all embedded in an interactive timeline, which provide very brief introductions to some of these major splits. The videos are short, between 30 seconds and 3 minutes long, and so are easily digestible in chunks or for a wide variety of contexts. If you or your ministry context is interested in more detail as to our past splits and separations, we've also put together an online course that provides much more nuanced context and even a sneak peek at some of the historic documents and artifacts we have here in our repository. We'll also provide our normal worship resources, including sermon starters, prayers, and even a reading of John Wesley's sermon on schism. All of this is meant to help guide us through the upcoming split within our beloved United Methodist Church and help reassure all of us that we've been through these before. We might not know what the future will look like, but what we do know and can readily confirm is that Methodism will continue as it has. We'll continue to spread the radical, all-inclusive grace and love of God across the world to those who need it to hear it most. And will continue to embody that love of God in practical ways to better the world around us. Now, one of the questions I've received most regarding the upcoming split is, what is GCAH doing, or how are we positioning ourselves to be most useful for all and any forms of Methodism? GCAH will be an agency within the continuing United Methodist Church. And just like we've always been an open resource for anyone or any denomination who wishes for information or access, we will continue to be open to those persons or those denominations who wish to research or inquire about our records. I encourage annual conference archives and jurisdictional archives to do the same. We've always been open access and will always continue to be so. If local churches are disaffiliating from an annual conference, then those disaffiliating churches should be treated as closed churches, with their retained records going to the annual conference archive of the United Methodist Church up until the point of disaffiliation. The disaffiliating church should also have access to those records upon request. Above all, it is our job as stewards of history to be open and accessible. But as conferences and archives within a denomination, it is also our job to maintain the record of that denomination. Now, I know many of you, your annual conferences, your commissions on archives and history, your historical societies might be facing financial difficulties. Believe me, we at GCAH feel you. We are working on finding new ways and creative ways to financially support our general agency, and I encourage you all to remind your annual conference offices and your annual conference delegations of the importance of history, especially in moments of transition such as this. We've put together a small pamphlet that was distributed at the end of March on creative sources of revenue, on how to defend archives as a necessary piece of an annual conference ministry, and on how to properly store digital archives. Our head archivist, Mark Shenice, is also working on a survey of annual conference archives budgets. This will be sent out to you in the upcoming months, and please fill it out. We are trying to collect as much information as we can at the general agency level so that we can help ensure financial equity amongst our annual conference archives, and so that we can help those archives that are struggling find new and creative ways of sources of revenue. If you need any other sources or have any other questions, please do not hesitate to reach out. GCH is also working on producing new sources for ourselves and new resources for you all as in the denomination and various aspects of our connection. We are using a new online teaching platform called History Hub. You can find it through the teachable.com platform. The actual URL is umhistoryhub.teachable.com. These courses are to be used for training, education, engagement, and mission in your local contexts. Later this fall, we'll be launching an Archives 101 online course to provide basic training or reminders of basic training on how to manage an annual conference archive. In the future, we'll provide one for a digital archives 101 on how to maintain and retain and store properly and securely digital records. I'm also working with Reverend Charlie Baber of Wesley Bros Comics on a 1-hour confirmation workshop add-on that delves into John and Charles Wesley, who they were, and why 12-year-olds in 2022 should care about who they are or who they were. Please, if you run your confirmation workshop, or if you have connections with local churches and the persons who run their confirmation workshops, let them know about this resource once we launch it. We are also launching a new iteration of our very popular local church historian school this September. This time, it will be a fully online interactive course. It will have video interviews, video tours, interactive lessons, and a space for participants to communicate directly with each other. As a reminder, we are still continuing our monthly podcast called Untied Methodism, where we unravel the past to make sense of today. Each month, we interview a new scholar or leader in the Methodist connection to help us engage our past so that our future is informed and so that we might be guided into a more equitable future. Tune in and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. What I want to leave you all with is a reminder that there are many histories of many forms of Methodism out there. It is our job to record and proclaim the message that is most authentically Wesleyan. and most true to our history of United Methodism. One of the key distinguishing factors of Methodism is the itineracy, is the fact that we are not a congregational church. In reading and researching our past splits and separations, it seems that the itineracy is the thing which also receives the most pushback. Ministers want a bit more control over where they serve, and congregations want a bit more control over who serves them. But the brilliance of Wesley was that he knew that sometimes faith required a bit of uncomfortable nudging. Sometimes congregations might be served best by someone that they might not immediately recognize as a vessel of the Spirit and Word of God. And sometimes ministers are best suited for contexts and congregations that they might not seek to serve on their own. The appointive and itinerant process is at the heart of Methodism, and it is exactly the thing that oftentimes fails and is thus challenged most. I would argue that one of the reasons it faces such critique is that the history so often is not there. New preachers often arrive and are not given past ministerial context, the stories of brilliant ministries of past, and the stories of brilliant failures of past. They are often left without the key critical context to serve both the congregation in the most effective way possible, and without stories that connect that congregation to its surrounding community. This is where history matters most in our unique way of being church. This is why local church historians matter. This is why annual conference archives matter, why jurisdictional commissions matter. We are the story keepers, and it is our job to be the storytellers. We have to be those who reach out and provide that key context to keep the itineracy functioning the way that Wesley intended, so that United Methodism can truly thrive in new and grace-filled ways. Thank you all for your continued work and all of the things that you do to see the ministry of ministry, the ministry of memory, thrive.
Hopefully that worked and everybody saw a video.
Yep.
Yay.
Thank you.
So that was the General Secretary for Archives and History. Their website is gcah.org. So if you're looking for any of the resources she was talking about. Let's see. And moving along. Betty and Rhonda, do I need to share either of your screens?
Hey, actually, Steve is going to share the screen in a minute. Most of you know Darrell Wiest or knew him. Many of you never had that opportunity. He died this last December, and we have been truly missing him. In at CalPAC, and I suspect on jurisdictional and conference level and general conference level as well. We wanted to make some acknowledgement of Darrell's life while we were in this joint gathering. If you want full biographies, General Commission put up a nice write-up about his work in the General Commission, so you can find it there. Meanwhile, Steve, you want to give us a screen? Okay. Next screen, please. One of Darrell's favorite songs was "It's a Gift to Be Simple." Let's join together. It's a beautiful day to gather.
To come to rejoice and worship.
We begin with this celebration of Darrell Wiest.
Inspiration
to us. Let us join our hearts and voices. Next one, let us pray. God of us all, your love never ends. When all else fails, you still are God. We pray to you for one another in our need, and for all anywhere who mourn with us this day. Those who doubt, give light. Those who are weak, strength. All who have sinned, mercy. All who sorrow, your peace. Keep true in us the love with which we hold one another. In all our ways we trust you. And to you, with your church on earth and in heaven, we offer honor and glory, now and forever. Amen.
Amen. Right. Many of you may recognize this artist's work. John August Swanson was a friend of Durrell and his wife Diane Kinney. And this was a favorite of Swanson's work, a favorite of Durrell. The original acrylic painting, I believe, is in All Souls Episcopal Church in San Diego. But Durrell had permission from the artist to have it reproduced in poster form a number of years ago for an anniversary celebration of Los Angeles First United Methodist Church. And it, as I said, was a favorite of his. And the scripture that it depicts was a special favorite of his. So I'm going to read it now as our scripture reading. Once, while Jesus was standing beside the lake of Gennesaret, and the crowd was pressing in on him to hear the word of God, he saw two boats there at the shore of the lake. The fishermen had gone out of them and were washing their nets. He got into one of the boats, the one belonging to Simon, and asked him to put a little way out from the shore. Then he sat down and taught the crowds from the boat. When he had finished speaking, he said to Simon, "Put out into the deep water and let down your nets for a catch." Simon answered, "Master, we've worked all night long, but have caught nothing. Yet if you say so, I will let down the nets." When they had done this, they caught so many fish that their nets were beginning to break. So they signaled their partners in the other boat to come and help them. And they came and filled both boats so that they began to sink. But when Simon Peter saw it, he fell down at Jesus' knees, saying, "Go away from me, Lord, for I'm a sinful man." For he and all who were with him were amazed at the catch of fish that they had taken. And so also were James and John, sons of Zebedee, who were partners with Simon. Then Jesus said to Simon, "Do not be afraid. From now on, you will be catching people." When they had brought their boats to shore, they left everything and followed him. Here ends the scripture.
Thanks be to God. I wanted to offer time for others of you to say brief things about Darrell. What I thought I'd let you do is I will offer the opportunity to say a one word or short phrase. When you think of Darrell, I think of blank. You don't have to participate, but if there are things you'd like to add, we'd love to hear your perspectives. And I'll start so that the thought process going. One of the things I think of first with Darrell is passion. If he was interested in something, he did it completely. He did a lot of things completely, but I remember him always counting the numbers of jars of jam he had for the Plymouth, for the Pilgrim Place sale every fall. He loved experimenting with his jams. He loved keeping track of them, and they always sold out. So I'm sure they're going to miss him this year. Anybody else want to throw something in the pot?
Sure, I'll go really quickly. In the short time that I got to know Darrell, I was just really impressed in awe of his dedication to Methodist history and specifically our conference and jurisdiction. He reminded me of a teacher that I had in high school who was the same way. He taught me everything almost I needed to know about the hometown we grew up in. And for that, I'll remember him by.
This is Susan Knight. I remember Darrell from my first year of seminary back in 1989. And he spoke to a group of first year MDiv students. And he did have passion, he had dedication, and he had an atmosphere about him that says, I'm going to get this done. And he did. It was some major projects for First United of LA. And he's always impressed me with that first speech. I even wrote several papers about it. So that's it for me.
I remember him in terms of the dedication and the many hours that he put in. One of the other things I would say is that he was very gracious. He and Diane invited my wife and I to go to the zoo with them, and we enjoyed that together. I also know that in the community in which he was living, he and Diane there, he was known for making all kinds of jam and selling it and using it to celebrate the community that they were living in. And so I know he will be deeply missed, not only by us and the archives and history, but also by those with whom he lived.
I would like to share. I'm one of the newer members, and I want to thank you for playing that music at the beginning, because now I see we have another connection. If memory serves me right, Yo-Yo Ma played that simple song at President Obama's first inauguration way back when. So now, not only am I connected to Pastor Reese with archives, but I'm connected with the music. And of course, we know music is through the heart. So that was very special to hear that.
Yeah, I didn't know Darrell very much either because I'm so isolated, but it was great that he was able to come up to Alaska for the 2017 meeting. And he also came independently on a cruise up to Alaska, and he really wanted to go out to the Aleutian Islands, but he never made it to that place. But he was very adventurous, and he was a world traveler, and I appreciate that.
Living in the community, retirement community that has been mentioned a couple of times, I will say more about Darrell's jam and jelly making adventures. He would invent lots of unusual recipes that were much appreciated by everyone, and would often make as many as 400 jars of whatever during a year. Fortunately, he kept records. What a surprise of the recipes he invented. And Diana has already passed them on to other people in the group that we call Bakes and Sweets. Also, I'll say that I have known Darrell for 22 years, or 21 years it would be. And my first meeting with him was connected with the archives of the conference, where he made sure that every piece of historical information that had anything to do with First United Methodist Church, Los Angeles, was placed in the conference archives. Over the years, we had lots of contact, he and I, and occasionally we butted heads, so to speak. We didn't agree about everything. And sometimes I would win, sometimes Darrell would win. But mostly we got to be friends over that. We weren't just polite to one another all the time. So that was a very special thing about our relationship.
Well, I have to add, the other word that comes to mind for me is enthusiastic. even if it wasn't something that generated enthusiasm in me or many others, if he had an idea that he thought was great, he was going to sell it any way he could to you. And when I first got on the commission, I wasn't so sure about that. By the time he had me talked into being chair, it was too late. So, but he was definitely enthusiastic about the history of our church, local and general and international. And there was probably only one Darrell, and we all got to experience him. Well, there may have been multiple sides of the one, though. So, anyway, and if nobody else, I know that there'll be things to occur to you all day today, probably, and you can always keep track of them, and we can share with one another when there's breaks, because there's far more to say than that, other than he's been a wonderful witness, and we're grateful for his presence in our lives. And with that, Steve, let's go to the next one. Let's do the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses. Forgive those who trespass against us. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Thank you, Rhonda, for leading that. Sorry. Darrell kind of was a big figure around the Western jurisdiction for quite a while, and in CalPAC, and I know for many of us, he's what got us into jurisdiction, or the commission. Let's see. Moving on, I'm going to apologize. I have a video that's a couple years old that I wanted to share. I'm going to put, it's actually on YouTube, so I'm going to put the website link in the chat box. Feel free to use it, share it. And it's just a short video on managing local church records. So a super exciting topic that unfortunately is very necessary. So
Part 1 will focus on a records management program. My name is Jennifer Barber, and I am the archivist for the Desert Southwest Conference of the United Methodist Church. I'm going to talk about why it is important to manage our church's records and how to set up a records management program within your church. This video is a basic overview for pastors, church secretaries, administrative assistants, committee and group leaders, or anyone that creates and works with church records. What is a records management program? It is the task of managing our church's records so that we have what we need on hand to conduct today's ministry, to dispose of those records we no longer need, and to see that valuable records are preserved. The basic purpose of a records management program is to answer that question of what do I keep, how long do I keep it, and when can I remove it? A records management program applies to any and all records created within the church. I understand. This sounds like another one of those time-consuming things that you've got to worry about. Well, it's not. The records management program will actually help make things easier. Removing older records will mean less stuff to worry about, to have to sort through, and to keep track of. It will help assure that records of importance and historical value are preserved, so that our future generations not only know what we've done, but why we did it. A records management program will also help guarantee that we follow state and federal laws concerning our records. For example, we all know to keep financial records for 7 years. But the reason behind that is a federal statute stating that if we are ever audited, we must present 7 years worth of financial records. It is a very scary thing to realize you do not have the records that the government is asking you for. A records management program will help ensure that we keep those records that are needed as long as they are needed. Within the United Methodist Church, there is also an expectation of openness. It is written into our book of discipline that, and I quote, "In the spirit of openness and accountability, all meetings of councils, boards, agencies, commissions, and committees of the church at all levels shall be open, and documents distributed in open meetings shall be considered public." That means we have to keep track of all of these records and documents and be able to provide them when asked. A records management program applies to all records, not just the paper ones. Today, most of our records are electronic, created and maintained on computers. Treat your digital files like you would paper ones. Create similar file structures and name everything so that somebody else might be able to find it. Treat your file folders the same, be it paper or digital. Please remember to back up your records. We suggest that you back up your vital records on a monthly basis. Backups on CDs or on flash drives are not a good idea. Cloud storage is a good idea. There are many services and options out there to help you. We have a saying in the archives world: locks. Lots of copies keep stuff safe. Make multiple copies of your backups. Keep some of them off-site. That way, in case something does happen to your church, you do have another copy available. There are a few key terms I would like to go over. There is the Records Management Program. This refers to the entire thing. There are record schedules. These are charts which list types of records, how long you need to keep those records, and what the final disposition might be. Record series is another name for a related group of records. Permanent records are those must-keep records that have an important or historical value. Vital records refers to those records that are necessary for the day-to-day running of our churches. And then there's disposition. This is the final step in what happens to our records. Are they destroyed or transferred to another location? The record schedule is the most helpful part of the records management program. It's a chart listing the types of records, the number of years to keep them, and what we finally do to them. The first column is the records series title. The second is a description of those records. Sometimes the title isn't too clear. The description field will list the types of records. The next column is total. This is the total number of years we must keep those records. If you look down the column, you'll notice there's some numbers, but there's also the word permanent. Records labeled permanent are those must-keep, permanent, forever files. The next column title is current. This is the number of years that we should be keeping those records in the church office or other easy access storage location. The numbers in this column are more of a suggestion than a hard and definite rule. The last column has to deal with the final disposition. Do you transfer those records to the local church archive? Well, if it says yes, you do. If it says no, then you dispose of those records. Now, in the last column, there are a few that say no, but then say go to archives. Those records should be going to the conference archives. That's me. Listed below this video are links to this full schedule, as well as a more detailed narrative of the record series titles and what they include. Please download the schedule, look it over, and feel free to contact me with any and all questions. The final step of the records management program is disposition. After the records have reached the end of their time, you will have two options. The first is destruction. It is suggested that you shred all documents. That way, you are guaranteed that anything containing personal information will be properly disposed of. Go through the records before you shred them to make sure nothing of important or historical value will be lost. The second option is transfer. You will be transferring anything of important or historical value to the church archives. The church archives can be any place where you store your historical records of your church, be it a closet, a shelf, a room, wherever. In some limited cases, you'll be sending records to the conference archives. That's me. Let's review the records management program. The first step is to identify the record series. That will help inform you on the total number of years you need to keep those records. What is the current number of years you need to keep them in the church office? And finally, what is the final disposition of those records? Is it destruction or transfer? I suggest labeling your records from the start, either on a file folder, a sticky note on the outside of a file cabinet, a text file in a digital folder, or a label on a box. Some way to keep track of what the records are and what their retention is. How long do you have to keep those records and what their final disposition will be? Make it clear so that anybody can follow. Thank you for watching this quick overview of a records management program. For more information, there are two guides available from the General Commission on Archives and History. Guidelines for managing records of the annual conference and the local church, and Guidelines for managing electronic records. Both are available for free on their website. Links have been provided below this video. There are more resources available on the Conference Archives website. Their link is below this video as well. As always, I am available for any questions. My email address and phone number are provided. Coming up on September 2nd will be part 2 of Managing Church Records, focused on historical church records. Thank you for watching.
Hopefully we did not fall asleep during records management. It is something that's not super exciting, but very, very useful. Records management is how we get records into the archives. If you find that you're missing a lot of records and have to go hunting for them, I would start by talking with your local church. If you're at the local church, start making friends with your church secretary. If you're at the conference, start making friends with your district superintendents. And that way you can ensure that what needs to go to the archives does. The chart that I was referencing in the video is actually from the General Commission guidelines for managing your annual conference records, which was last updated, I believe, in 2016, because we have yet to have a new quadrennial. Hopefully that'll happen in 2024, but the information doesn't change. Since most of it is either structured off of laws, there's, all the personnel records and financial records are governed by legal statutes, or things like we'd always be keeping our membership records. Does anybody have any questions on records management? I confused everybody.
Jennifer, I've started getting the message out to the churches in our conference to maybe keep these guidelines on hand somewhere in the office. A lot of them have been requesting, what do I do? What do I keep? What do I don't need to keep? So I'll just send them the electronic attachments to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's when I get questions in my conference of, hey, what records do we actually need to keep? I'll send them the chart of, here's a really quick, simple breakdown of what you actually need to be keeping, what you don't, and just kind of a reminder of you only need to keep one copy of something. So at least paper records. So you don't need to keep 10 copies of the minutes of, the trustees from 2009. You just need one copy of that meeting, and that's it. Which definitely helps cut down on bulk.
Yeah. Well, I found a lot of churches want to keep all their financial records too. The envelopes and everything.
Nope. All you need to keep
I know.
as far as that goes is your charge conference report, because that'll
I
have,
understand, but a lot of local folks don't.
Yep, and that's what I always remind them of, just what's in your charge conference report. Do you have your annual financial statements? That's all you need to keep. So it's really helpful to look up that chart and be able to refer to it. Jane.
When I wrote up the history of our UMW, I relied on reports from all the committees, including financial reports and things. I mean, I let the finance committee take care of their reports, but it helped me write up some things. Know what was bought, what year.
Yeah, the example I like to use is, do you remember when the roof was last replaced? If you make sure you keep your records and keep them organized, it's really easy to go back and look at a lot of these things that we may not have anybody who remembers, or a lot of people who want to remember and have conflicting memories, where you can go look back and look at the records. So it's actually really helpful and practical. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Steve and the contingent from CalPAC. Are you guys ready to present your history of African American Methodist churches in Los Angeles?
Sure. And before I share the screen, personally, I just want to thank Joyce, Emma, and Deborah for allowing me to be involved. The only thing that I did was make sure that we had everything correct on the PowerPoint and made it look nice and snazzy. They did the hard work, which was all of the research, and they know this stuff like the back of their hand. So it's going to be a very good presentation. Just a little bit added from our presentation on our conference level back in February. So let me bring that up. And unfortunately, we've lost Deborah. Hopefully she gets back.
I'm going to start. This is Emma, and I'm sure Deborah will come back in a moment. Good morning. Blessings to you, and thanks for this opportunity to share, representing the CalPAC Historical Society team, and to honor the memory of Reverend Wiest. May God continue to bless his family as they find peace. Now, Reverend Wiest had a unique way, and he always found ways to encourage this project. And he often would provide us with little tidbits, just tidbits of importance, that making sure that we were on the right track. And as I listened to you this morning, I said, my. We are new kids on the block, but you guys certainly know him very, very well. Joyce, Stephen, and Deborah, and Emma have prepared just a few slides for you. And the first one is there, which is the history of African American Methodist churches in Los Angeles. Thank you, Stephen. 1850 to 1968. The migration of members of the African American Church from the South had a difficult time getting started in Los Angeles. First, the citizens here were not very responsive to Protestant preaching. At that time, LA society was not as conducive to quote unquote church going. So between 1890 and 1930, 2.5 million Black Americans migrated into the Los Angeles area, fueling the expansion of the Black church. These members faced a lot of issues. Some of the questions were, where do we fit in? Will they welcome us? How do I go there? As our research revealed, Los Angeles had a Black angel and her name was Biddy Mason, a very generous person and considered by many a philanthropist. She was a freed slave who had become an expert in herbal medicine. She was also a midwife, and there you see a picture of her. In 1872, she, with a small group, founded the first African American Episcopal Methodist Church, FAME, many of you have heard of it, at a meeting in her home. She paid all the taxes, established a school for Black children. Next slide, please. Many issues continued to face the Blacks pre-merger, as they did not feel that they had been treated equally. These issues, however, began to be addressed in 1967-68. There were plans to create a committee to study this issue. The Commission on Race and Religion at the General Conference was created and did study. Bishop L. Scott Allen of the Central Jurisdiction oversaw the elimination of segregation within organizations and thereby the creation of BMCR. Next slide, please. Now, this slide is about that organization, and I will allow you briefly just to read its mission. But call your attention to point number 3, where it says to be activists on all boards and agencies of the United Methodist Annual Conference and to ensure inclusive and relevant church. Next slide, please. This slide captures the vision of BMCR in today's church, and I'll give you a moment to read it. I want you to please read the points, and I'm going to focus in on number 6, where it says to identify the need for Black leadership at the Episcopal and conference level, as well as expanding. I can't quite see the other part, but you can see for yourself. And that remains today, and this is their logo. Next slide, please. I'm going to briefly talk about the prominent African American Methodist clergy within the Southern California connection. Next slide. The first is, goodness, I lost my spot. Bishop Isaiah Scott. And I wanted to mention him because he was president of Wiley College in Texas, which is one of our HBCUs. Now, he did not migrate necessarily to California, the Los Angeles area, but numerous churches within our conference were named after Scott, particularly the church in Pasadena. That was his connection to the Los Angeles Conference. We also see to the right Reverend John Bain, whose wife served on the Board of Education here in Los Angeles. He started his ministry in Tennessee, but migrated to Southern California, serving in numerous churches following the Wesley tradition. And we all know it, the world is my parish. To the bottom left, we have Reverend E.W. Rakeshaw, who started his ministry in Atlanta, Georgia, went to New York and migrated to Los Angeles and served for many years at Wesley, which is the oldest church in the Los Angeles area. It is now called Heritage. My team member Joyce will share more about him later. Now we move to the right, and many of you knew about Reverend L.L. White, who started in Washington, Virginia area, and migrated serving at Holman United Methodist Church. He was also a district superintendent in Los Angeles and Pasadena. Next slide, please. Reverend Matthew Jefferson started on the East Coast, Washington, Maryland area, and migrated to San Diego, eventually moving and serving many churches in the Los Angeles area. I think our research says about 6 or 7. The next minister is Reverend Ennis Whaley. I have to say my minister, my husband and I joined Grace United Methodist Church the same year he came in 1971. Now, Reverend Whaley served in Missouri, Oregon, and I even think in the Arizona area. And he retired from Grace in 1977. Take a moment and read what he says about music. He was certainly a musician from his heart. Music was just as powerful a force in his life as God was. To the bottom left is still a very special person to me, Reverend Dr. Cedric Bridgeforth, who was born in the South and migrated to join our conference in 1999. He served as pastor of several churches, including Grace. He was district superintendent in Los Angeles and the North District. And now we call him Pastor C, serves as Director of Innovation and Communication in the CalPAC Conference in Bishop Hygia's office. Last but not least is Reverend Kathy Wilborn, who joined our conference in the year 2000. She served as pastor in numerous churches in the district and in Long Beach and the West District. Not only is she pastor of 2 churches, St. John and Dominguez Hill, she now serves as chaplain of the Long Beach Medical Center in Long Beach, California. And she was the first African-American female district superintendent in the CalPAC conference. And now my teammate, Deborah Weathersby, who is a member of St. Mark United Methodist Church, will now share information on the African-American Methodist bishops with the CalPAC connection.
So one of the interesting twists that came about with adding the African American bishops is that not all of them served in Southern California, but they had California connections, whether it's in the North or in the South. So we kind of changed the title of that with California connections. Now with Bishop Kelly, she was ordained in 1972 and as a deacon and an elder in 77, as you can see. One of her very big prominent positions was the first African-American woman to become bishop in any Christian denomination, which was quite quite an incident. She was also involved in the establishment of African University in 1988, as you can see, and which is the first United Methodist University on the African continent. And then where her California connection comes in is that she served up in the California Nevada Annual Conference for 4 years as bishop before she retired. Reverend or Bishop Alexander Shaw is also, it's quite a unique story. He was ordained in 1910. He was the lead pastor for some 14 years at Wesley. He was also the editor of the Southwestern Christian Advocate, something that Bishop Scott was as well, which is quite interesting to make that connection. And he was elected bishop of the Central Jurisdiction. So we have that connection too with some of the things that Emma was talking about before the merger. It was up until the merger that the Central Jurisdiction was still in existence. He served as presiding bishop of the Southern California Arizona Conference for 1 year, 1950. He actually presided over one annual conference and becoming the first African American bishop to do so here down in Southern California. The next two are more recent bishops. At least in my lifetime, I've known of them. We have also Charles Golden, who was, again, quite involved with the CalPAC conference. And you can read his credentials too. He was also elected bishop of the Central Jurisdiction before the merger and the bishop of the Los Angeles area shortly thereafter. And he embodied the mission of the BMCR quite well by pushing for full inclusion of Black Americans in the Methodist Church. So other than being a very well respected bishop here in Southern California, he was also carrying on that tradition of the BMCR. And last but certainly not least, the most recent prominent African American bishop to serve had connections in both North and Southern California. Bishop Beverly Shamana, who was baptized as a Baptist and later saw the light and joined the Methodist Church. Her education was in music, which is really quite interesting to find out. And I can just imagine somebody with that much vision and heart with music leading church choirs. Being a choir member myself, it's quite fun to see a very energetic church choir leader. As you can see, when she was ordained a deacon and an elder, but then she served as senior minister in a few churches down here in the Southern California area, and then elected the bishop of San Francisco from 2000 to 2008. And her death last year was felt all throughout the conference and the jurisdiction. I'm sure she was mentors to a lot of different ministers around the area, and really served and loved the Lord and served him quite well. All right, so I'm going to turn it back over to Joyce, and she's going to go through the churches that were significant here in Southern California.
Good morning. I will be talking about the historical African American Methodist churches in the CalPAC conference. Next slide, please. The first church, and these churches are listed in alphabetical order, but let me just tell you, there are 19 African American churches that began starting with 1867 and going through 1969. 5 of those 19 churches have closed. One church has built a transitional housing development on the property. And of course, Emma has already mentioned, Rakeshaw Community Center. So I'll be talking about these churches, and I will be giving you a little background. Bowen Memorial Methodist Church was organized in 1903 and merged with Wesley United Methodist Church in 2019. Calvary was founded in 1922 and closed in 2021. Next slide, please. Compton First United Methodist Church was established in 1867, and Crenshaw United Methodist Church opened in the West Adams District in 1902. Now, this photo that is being depicted here is from the internet, and it is a view of their fellowship hall. If you scroll down when you go on the internet looking at Crenshaw United Methodist Church, you will be able to see the campus, including the sanctuary. Next slide, please. Crossroads United Methodist Church started in 1948, and Reverend Lydia Jackson Waters was the first African American female to serve as pastor of that church. It merged with 2 other churches in 1992. Now, Epworth Methodist Church was a church in Los Angeles for many years and later closed in 1999. And the photo that we see here is their housing, transitional housing for youth coming out of foster care. And this was developed and opened in 2014. It serves as traditional housing for youth coming out of foster care. Next slide, please. Faith United Methodist Church has gone through many mergers and opened starting in 1907. Grace United Methodist Church, the church that Emma and I belong to, started in 1884, was renamed in 1948, became Grace United Methodist Church during the merger, I should say. And many of the residents who were in the community joined Grace. And we have 9 families that remain since the merger as active members of our church. Next slide, please. Hamilton began as Hamilton and Mason Chapel in 1904, moved to its current location in 1953, and is very active at this time. Holly Park opened in the 1950s and remains very active in the South Central area. Next slide, please. Holman United Methodist Church, Holman was organized in 1905 And their current site was in 1940 was on Spruce, but now they're on Adams, and they claim to have the largest church property in the West District. I'm sorry, I read the wrong, please forgive me. Let me talk about Holman and then I'll go back to Inglewood first. Please forgive me. Holman United Methodist Church started in 1945. It was renamed Holman in 1947. And here's the part that I was trying to get at. They claim to have the largest church building in the West District. The information that I read started out being Inglewood First United Methodist Church, where they were originally organized in 1905 with 8 members and 12 children. They moved to their current location in Inglewood on Spruce. Reverend Shimano was one of their pastors. Next slide, please. Martin Luther King Church began with Florence Heights in 1967. They were renamed in 1978. They were chartered in 1980, and they closed in 2002. The St. John Methodist Church was established as Shaw Mission in 1922, renamed in 1944, and their current pastor is Reverend Kathy Wilborn. Next slide, please. St. Mark United Methodist Church is a church that Deborah belongs to. It began as Harmony in 1895, was renamed in 1910. Reverend Jenkins was the first African-American pastor in 1967, and Reverend Hammond was appointed as the first female pastor in 1997. St. Mark United Methodist Church started in 1890. Their first African-American pastor was appointed in 1970, and this church closed in 2013. Next slide, please. Scott Methodist Church began in 1904, merged with 2 other churches, and became Scott United Methodist Church in 2006. Vermont Square began in 1906 and closed in 2013. Next slide, please. Now, Wesley was called the Mother Church. It was the first African-American church on the West Coast. It began in 1888. Several of the ministers have already been mentioned, Reverend Shaw and Reverend Rake Shaw, who served from 1917 through 1967. And Wesley finally merged with Bowen, and the conference formed Heritage United Methodist Church. This happened in 2019. Across the street from Wesley is the Rake Shaw Community Center that President Lyndon B. Johnson established in South Central to help citizens who were going through the Social Security appeals. That building serves the community as a boxing program for youngsters, many food programs, It has an official basketball court. It is a safe sanctuary location for immigrants. There is a program for at-risk youth sponsored by the Volunteers of America. And currently this building is used in many films for movies, television shows, and video recording events. This ends my part of the churches, and I thank you very much. And Stephen will finish the report. Thank you very much.
So as you see the our sources and acknowledgements, and again, my thanks to Emma and Joyce for all of their research, and it was just a pleasure working with them because of their extensive research, and they had just gotten done also publishing a history book for Grace UMC, and we have a copy in the archives, and it is available on Amazon if you'll forgive the shameless plug. Also, one more thing about St. John's Church, when Joyce talked about Reverend Wilborn, this is the church you may have heard recently, within the last month and a half, that had a fire. Unfortunately, they're not sure exactly how it started. There was somebody seen smoking nearby, and with the obvious fire hazard that's down here in Southern California, a cigarette may have been thrown in some bushes, which caused the fire. They are still meeting outside, from what I understand, in their parking lot, and working hard to rebuild as quickly as they can. And as you can see, the sources again are quite extensive. We covered a lot of ground with and got this information from a lot of different sources. Some of them we had over in the archives already, and a lot of them were asked for and given by other people in different parts of the conference. So right now, if anybody has any questions, we have a few minutes for some questions before we stop for lunch. I'm going to go ahead and stop the sharing of the screen, and we welcome your questions if you have any.
Stephen, I noticed there was a question in the chat regarding why closure of so many churches. And that's a question we always have too. The answer we always receive is that decline in membership. I guess folks sitting in the pews. And of course, now look at where we are now. We're sitting in the church through Zoom. So maybe we won't have that question again, because there's another avenue for having church.
Joanne has a question about what happened to the land of closed churches. Well, it depends on what the conference decides to do with them, from what I understand. As far as Epworth is concerned,
right.
Obviously the conference still owns that property. And if I remember, I read something as Joyce was speaking about the Heritage UMC site in the Rakestraw Center. There's a couple things that are also handled at the Trinity site. So there's another church property that I think it was a food program, one of the food programs that Rakestraw sponsors. There are a few of those properties that, when we were researching what happened to them, that they are different churches. They were bought out from different denominations, and again, it was just depends on how the conference decides to deal with that.
I was interested in the large number of churches that started with one name and then had either 2 or 3 transitions or more. and changing names a variety of times, and also a fair number of churches that were served by women who went into ministry and from different backgrounds and things that have served those African American churches.
Right, and you'll notice too, Jim, that you don't see female pastors until after the merger,
Right.
since that was a key point in the merger with the EUB. What fascinated me was, and I think it was more out of necessity, and of course most of the ministers who served long term, I'm sure, were wonderful ministers. I mean, some of the stories that I read on how they revitalized these churches, and not only the churches that they originally served. We were talking about ministers who retire and then again go on to some interim jobs. I believe it was Reverend White, don't quote me on that, but it was Reverend White who retired and then served another congregation, a community church type of a congregation, and like revitalized them as well, even after his retirement from the UMC. I was just fascinated too by the long tenures of some of these African American ministers, but again, possibly was out of necessity than anything else.
I want to
because there weren't a lot. Go ahead, Emma.
Hitchhike on what you were saying and talk about Reverend Lawson. Now, many of you knew Reverend Lawson walked with Martin Luther King, and he is well over 90 years old and continues to teach. And I think it's at UCLA. And we all flock to his classes whenever he's doing a presentation. He was and still is very active at Holman United Methodist Church, and he's a wonderful speaker. And I've always enjoyed lay classes with him. So if you ever get a chance to hear him at some of his UCLA classes, tune in. There was another minister. Oh, you mentioned L.L. White. And of course, Reverend Baines.
Yeah, one more thing about the question about why have so many churches closed. Yeah, obviously it's people in the pews, but also some of these churches were built very close to each other, and it was a matter of necessity. If the two congregations started to dwindle, then they would combine. Some of the renaming is just sometimes it was because of a location, for instance, at Florence Heights, or it was on a certain particular street, and then congregations decided to rename them. I'm sure there are various reasons for naming, as there are churches. It just depends on. Sure, Mike.
I'd like to make a couple of comments. Yeah, Jim Lawson is and has been a wonderful leader. He almost was elected bishop in 1984. I was there, and boy, it was close. It was really close.
Yes.
And I was rooting for him. But anyway, the second thing that kind of got that everybody needs to know on this is that the EUB merger is what ended the Central Conference. In the discussions of the merger, the EUB church said absolutely they would not join a segregated church. And so there was a special general conference in 1966 of the Methodist Church. And in that conference, they eliminated the central jurisdiction, which was the way in which the church became segregated in 1939 when the ME South and the ME Church merged together. And one of the things the ME South insisted upon was a separate non-geographical jurisdiction for all the African American churches.
Yeah.
And so we were a very segregated denomination from 39 to 68. But the reason some of those things happened, as you noted in your history in 68, was that the central jurisdiction was voted out in 66. Now, it didn't finish being the African American churches and Anglo churches didn't finish merging conferences. The last one was in 1972, which was the South Carolina Conference. There was an African American South Carolina Conference, and there was a majority white South Carolina Conference. All of them
Always South Carolina.
And
Yeah.
well, not always, but often.
Yeah.
You got to remember, they were the only ones to have a U.S. senator who was African American after the 15th Amendment was passed. But that got changed quickly. Anyway, just wanted to bring that up. Is, you know, the central jurisdiction should have been abandoned long before it was, but the impetus was the merger, because the EUB would not merge until it was done away with.
It was done away with.
And I was
Thank you,
happy
Mike.
to
That's
see
great.
there was one former EUB church that was African American, an evangelical church early on. But thank you so much for that presentation. By the way, when I look up here, I've got two screens. So sometimes I'm looking at the other screen because the presentation's on it. The presentation's not on it now. I can look at this screen.
No, thank you for that
Great.
information, especially.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, because now we need to go back. At least I would like to go back and research a little more on Reverend Lawson, because he is still extremely active here in the LA area.
One pivotal figure.
That you didn't talk about was Mel Talbert, who I served under in the PNW conference, and he was the first African American bishop, I think, in the United States, or at least in the Western jurisdiction. Maybe just in the Western jurisdiction.
Okay, thanks, Jim. I'll look that up and see if we can include him in further presentations.
Jennifer, do you have something to say about that? You were shaking your head.
I believe Charles Golden beat him by several
Yes, he
years.
did. Yes, he did.
Betty, were you trying to add in?
A retired minister, Reverend Gillespie, who was extremely close, am I correct, Joyce, to Reverend Golden? Joyce might want to share some information, but he would share information about Bishop Golden with our congregation. He was my pastor for 9 years.
Yes, Reverend Golden was Reverend Gillespie's godfather, who adopted him as a young kid. Reverend Gillespie was without parents, and Reverend Golden and his wife adopted Reverend Gillespie at an early age.
So we would hear beautiful stories about Bishop Golden.
Betty, did you want to get in?
Yes, I want to mention, I'll segue in with Bishop Golden. Another close friend of Bishop Golden was the Reverend Cornish Rogers.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Bishop Golden's papers were stored with Cornish for quite some time before they came to the archives. And a lot of us here in the Western Jurisdiction Commission remember Cornish very, very well. He was the chair of the CalPAC Commission on Archives and History for a long time and was the president of the Western Jurisdiction Commission for a long time as well, and was responsible for the involvement of a number of us in the commission. as a faculty member also. He was a pastor in the CalPAC. As a faculty member at the School of Theology for a long time, he was one of the teachers of the relatively recent ministers that you have mentioned, a teacher and mentor of Cedric Bridgeforth, of Kathy Wilburn, LLC Hammond, and so many others. And he was a very special, influential member of the General Commission when he was the president of the Western Jurisdiction, having a great deal to do with the establishment of the African American heritage work that the General Commission has undertaken over last years. So we remember Cornish really well, and he was a wonderful church historian resource about African American churches in the CalPAC and in the West. So a special person for us as a commission to remember.
It is Reverend Rogers' fault that I am so involved with church history. I joined the Conference Archives and History Committee about 20 years ago or so, somewhere around there, and got to know him a little bit. One of the things that occurred to me while we were, some of you were bringing up other names, and we definitely should have included Cornish Rogers, but one of the interesting things is that there were some difficulties at times finding more information about some of these ministers. And one of the things that we were experiencing at the museum where I work is the history of the non-victors and how that history is slowly being found, slowly being researched. And we recently had a Zoom meeting focusing on Biddy Mason because her involvement in Los Angeles falls within our interpretive period. And there are very few people researching her still. There is a small community of historians in Southern California, but there's also a guy in England who helps them out. So it's quite interesting, and they're finding more and more information. So obviously, as more information comes out from some of these ministers that you all brought up, we should definitely include them.
Interesting that you would mention Biddy Mason, and I'm sure you are aware that, some of us are aware that there's a group now and a thrust to rename a street in downtown Los Angeles after Biddy Mason. There is a Biddy Mason wall, which talks about what she did here in Los Angeles and her background. So I think members of her family and other connections are trying to move that forward, to rename a street in Los Angeles after Biddy Mason.
Speaking of Biddy Mason and Cornish Rogers, some of us who were at the Pasadena meeting of the Western Jurisdiction Commission a few years ago that Darrell had so much to do with organizing. At that meeting, Cornish Rogers presented a paper on Biddy Mason. And I am wondering if anybody happens to have a copy, or if one got deposited somewhere in the archives, or what. It was very, very informative, and Cornish had done quite a bit of research. It would be a shame if that is actually lost.
I would think it might have landed in our archives.
I would have thought.
Let's hope.
Was it
I'll search,
2015?
yeah.
Betty, was that the 2015 jurisdiction?
Year. I can't remember the year. That sounds probably about right.
I would most likely have a copy of it.
Oh, fabulous.
Oh.
Well, let's all look, and maybe we'll find multiples.
Yes.
That would be.
But remember, we only need one, right, Jennifer?
Right.
Actually,
We need
you
one,
need
and
two.
we all want to read it, right?
Right.
You actually need two.
Oh, send it to
Would be
Steve
good.
so we can get it.
Yeah.
Actually, you might even consider checking with the General Commission, because
Okay.
Cornish was active at
Mhm.
that time, I believe, with the General Commission.
Do we have any access to his papers?
I can't remember what happened to them. Do you know?
I just was, that's another Alan.
Right. The problem is.
Yeah, there might be some, obviously, as some of you know, we do have sermons of individual ministers. The only archives that we keep sectioned off are for the bishops. They have their own separate section, if you will, but I can take a look at that too. Okay, well, thank you so much for your comments and questions. I hope we were able to answer them as well as we can. I will turn it back over to Jennifer, and it looks like we're almost ready for lunch.
Yes, I did have one comment. Their question was asked about what happened to the land of closed churches. As archivists and historians, we should probably be aware of what's called the trust clause, which should be in all church deeds, that says the church and its land is actually owned by the conference. So when a church closes, everything reverts back to the conference. That's also why the conference archives gets all the church's records. It's something that's going to be coming up a lot more with the potential splitting of the denomination and any fulfilling churches. I know as a conference archivist, I've been asked to go back a few times and research churches' deeds to make sure it's there.
Yeah.
So just kind of be aware of that in the back of your head. So the church everything is actually owned by the conference. So you can always use that when you're trying to get records places of. So any other questions or comments before we break for lunch? I will see everybody at 1:30.
See you later. Thanks.
Well, it is 1:30. We're going to go ahead and give our last few stragglers a moment to come back to us. Hope everybody had a nice lunch or break. Realize it's not quite lunchtime and everywhere.
Jennifer, I was trying to keep up with the different sections of the country that's represented here. So I'm looking at the map, going from Alaska down to over to California, to Hawaii, all those places. Would be interesting to know all the different parts of the country that's represented, since I'm new to this environment.
Yep, so the Western jurisdiction covers the former Alaska Missionary Conference. Are you guys part of Pacific Northwest yet?
It has to go through the process at General Conference and voted on. And so the anticipation is 2024.
Okay, so the still Alaska Missionary Conference, Pacific Northwest, Oregon, Idaho, California, Nevada, California Pacific, Desert Southwest, and Mountain Sky. So That's Alaska, Hawaii, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Colorado, Utah, Nevada, California, and Arizona.
Oh, wow.
And Wyoming.
And Wyoming, yes.
Oh, and Wyoming. Oh,
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah, we are very spread out in the West.
Yes, we are.
We've never had any Hawaiian people participate in my 20 years.
There may have been some come from, that had been in Hawaii, I don't know.
In our society, we have a woman in Hawaii who's anticipating moving to, I think she said Arizona.
No.
Yeah, I can't think of her name. She's on our roster.
Okay, a little different climate there,
Yes.
depending on which part of Arizona too, partly.
Joyce, do you remember her?
Yes.
I can't think of her name now.
I don't have you guys' roster right here either.
I'm not quite sure if she's moved yet.
Yeah, I can see her face, but I can't remember her name.
You guys are all good. Not Aurora, is it? Aurora Garcia?
What was the question?
Was it Aurora Garcia? They're trying to remember.
Aurora Garcia?
No.
Yeah. No, not her.
Not Aurora.
Okay, I see most people, it looks like, are back, so I'm going to go ahead and get started with the next part of our day. And it looks like I get to present to you on the history of Desert Southwest. So the reason why we were selected to host the 2021 meeting of the Western Jurisdiction Commission on Archives and History was it coincided with 150 years of Methodism in Arizona. We're kind of babies as far as Methodism in the state. I believe Arizona Territory was some of the last to get Methodist missionaries. Okay, can everybody see my presentation? Okay, but I will get started.
Love your title.
It is actually a quote from one of our first ministers. So we've talked about all of the different denominations that have merged together to form the United Methodist Church. I'm going to refer to many of them by their abbreviations. So Evangelical United Brethren Church is EUB. Methodist Church, the Methodist Episcopal Church, I'll probably just call the ME Church. It's less of a mouthful. There's also the ME Church South, which was a completely separate denomination for several years, and our current UMC. And the reason why is we actually had all 5 denominations in Arizona at various times. With both the ME Church and the ME Church South arriving in Arizona at the same time. And then slowly over mergers over the various years, we became Desert Southwest. So the first attempt at bringing Methodism to Arizona happened in 1859. When we were still the New Mexico Territory. And 2 missionaries arrived in what is now southern Arizona in the Tubac area and kind of set up shop, formed a circuit, and stayed for about 5 months and determined that it was a complete and utter failure. One actually left the ministry altogether and the other went on to California. And it was not for another 10 years before they tried the experiment again. And Somehow, in about December 1870, 3 different ministers with 3 separate callings all arrived in Arizona at the same time. The first was Reverend Alexander Groves, who was appointed as missionary to Arizona at the first meeting of the Los Angeles Annual Conference of the Mead Church South. The second was Reverend Alexander Gilmore, who was currently serving as an Army chaplain. He was posted to Fort Whipple, just outside of Prescott. And the third was Reverend Charles Cook, who was currently serving as a missionary for the ME Church in Chicago. Reverend Cook read in a magazine about specifically the Pima tribe and felt a calling. So he applied to the Board of Missions, and they told him there's no funding. He didn't take that as a no, so he sold all of his worldly goods and went to Fort Bowie, where he actually found a job as a government teacher on the reservation at Scranton. He applied to the Board of Missions again and went, "Hey, I'm here." And they went, "Yeah, there's no funding." Unfortunately, this would be a very common theme in Arizona. So Reverend Cook actually left the Methodist Church. He joined the Presbyterian Church and went on to found the Cook Indian Mission, which actually continues today as Native American Ministries in Tempe, Arizona. So the first minister I talked about was Reverend Groves, and he actually played a part in California as well. He was a charter member of Los Nietos ME Church South in Downey, which was the first ME Church South of denomination in Southern California. And this led him to become an ordained minister. Came to Arizona in 1870. Probably arrived in Phoenix in November. There weren't any newspapers in Phoenix. In fact, Phoenix hadn't even been incorporated yet. And he, once he got here, he led some services, and then he went north to Prescott, because at the time, Prescott was a territorial capital. When he got to Prescott, he found that Reverend Gilmore had arrived a few days before. So we actually had 2 Methodist ministers for the first time in one spot. After staying a few months in Prescott, Reverend Groves came back down to Phoenix and founded what is today Central United Methodist Church. He was appointed the first presiding elder of the Arizona district. And like many preachers in Arizona, lack of funding led him to find ways to support the ministry. And he did so by buying a farm in Phoenix. And during the week, he was a farmer, and during the weekends, he was a circuit rider. And like many ministers, he was burnt out after a while. And he took an honorable location in 1888. The second minister who had arrived was Reverend Alexander Gilmore. He was a native of New Jersey and a member of the New Jersey Conference. During the Civil War, he joined the Army as an Army chaplain and stayed on for another 10 years. He arrived in Arizona, mostly that's where he got sent. He was appointed chaplain at Fort Whipple, which is just outside of Prescott. And he stayed there for about 8 years. And for much of early Arizona history, he was the only minister in a fixed location. Everybody else was out spreading circuits, and you never quite sure when or where they were going to be. So Reverend Gilmore became known as the marrying person, because he was the only one that most couples could find. He was a school teacher shortly after his retirement and then moved back to New Jersey. At the 1868 General Conference of the ME Church, the Arizona Mission had been formed. But it took them a while to find somebody to lead the mission. They finally settled on Reverend G.A. Reeder. At the 1873 meeting of the North Ohio Conference, his bishop approached him and said, "Hey, you want to be the superintendent for the Arizona Mission?" Unfortunately, Reverend Reeder had about 6 hours to decide and no way to telegraph his wife. So after a lot of prayer, he said he accepted the appointment. He actually didn't arrive in Arizona until January 1872 or 1873. He was appointed in 72, got here in 83. Because at that time, the only way to Arizona was you could take a boat around to California and then overland, or you could come overland, which would take you actually a lot longer. Reverend Reeder came alone. His wife stayed in Ohio, and she was actually quite instrumental in funding the new Arizona mission. Without her, it probably would have failed. Reverend Reeder left many, many reports and was liked to tell jokes. I've included one quote he left about traveling with the Methodist missionary, the Mexican mail rider, and the Jewish trader. They all tried to cross the river. He recorded his first circuit. It was 1,100 miles. Can you imagine riding horseback that far every 6 months? The second minister in the Arizona mission was Reverend Derek Wright. He was the first brave soul to travel to Arizona with his family. Took him 2.5 months to get here from New York. They basically sailed down the East Coast to Panama, took a donkey across Panama, sailed up to San Francisco, caught another boat back down to LA, and then came by wagon to Prescott. His wife is referred to as a saint for traveling with 2 toddlers. And it was actually Reverend Wright who, while never appointed officially the superintendent of the Arizona mission, is really the one that kept the mission going for a few years when there wasn't a superintendent appointed. The second superintendent of the mission was Reverend George Adams. He was appointed in 1878, and he and his wife both came to Arizona. And it's really under Reverend Adams that the Arizona mission flourished. When he arrived in 1878, there were 2 churches, one in Prescott and one in Florence. By his time of retirement in 1890, there were 15 churches. And his goal or mission was to see a school founded, a university founded in Arizona. And I will talk a little bit more about what happened to that in a little bit. And his way of funding the mission was he brought poverty. You'll kind of see that as a theme of most of the early ministers were all self-funded. There wasn't any sort of money anywhere else. On the ME Church South Side, one of the more influential pastors was Reverend Lewis Hedgepeth. He arrived in Arizona in 1874, and in 1875 was appointed to Central, or Phoenix at the time, responsible for founding many churches throughout the state. And in fact, one church he appointed up in Camp Verde actually mortgaged his farm, his family farm, to pay for the building of. Many of his descendants continue to serve both in Arizona and in California. One, Herschel Hedgepeth, was a district superintendent in the 1960s. Two of his descendants are recently retired from the Desert Southwest. Another, Julie O'Neill, is the assistant to the bishop. So they're still going. And it's from him, a quote from him that I included, that my presentation got its title. All right, he talks about in 1 year, his circuit was 2,000 miles, preached 80 times, 200 pastoral visits, and organized 4 churches in 1 year. He also talks about whenever he would preach about hell in the summer, his congregation would go, "But we can try anything once, right?" And whenever he would talk about heaven in the winter, his congregation would look at him and go, "But we have that here." There is much debate within our conference about what our oldest church is. And after much research, it is Prescott United Methodist Church, with Central United Methodist Church being the second eldest. Both were organized about the same time. So the early years in Arizona, there was a lot of slow growth. And it came down to quite a few things. The Apache Wars were still going on. The Catholic Church had been here much longer. And we were mostly a population of young single men who would much rather visit the saloon than the church building. We're also a very spread out population. A lot of ministers would talk about how during their circuit riding, they would go from town to town and not see anybody in between. This is a fun story that was shared with us at the 2019 meeting of the jurisdictional commission in San Diego, and kind of highlights just how spread out everybody was. There's a couple who wanted to get married in Southern Arizona and couldn't find a Methodist minister. So instead they were married by the minister at First Emmy Church in San Diego over a telegraph. And somehow this was actually the second time this had happened. Another issue we had in early Arizona was actually getting preachers to come to the territory. You get a minister who would come, he'd be appointed to a circuit, he'd establish a church, the town would be overjoyed, and then he would leave after a year. And what would happen to that church? there's a lot of it's an exhausting place to work. You're either riding horseback or taking a stagecoach across deserts and plains. It's hot, it's tiring. Everything is super remote from each other. If you're working a circuit, there's not two towns next to each other. Most towns are at least a day's travel apart. And this was something that continued to be an issue through the 1870s and the 1880s. It's really the laity that kept the churches going. It was the communities that built the church. And kind of as we talked today about, our itinerant ministers and how, they keep changing and the minister might be appointed. In our early years, a lot of our churches were lucky if they saw a minister in a year. Now, our conference does include Southern Nevada. We don't want to forget them. The first church in Southern Nevada was organized at Las Vegas in 1905. And once again, it was the work of the laity. The railroad had recently come through and the town of Las Vegas had been founded. And a group of women organized their own Sunday school and wrote to the General Conference asking for a minister. So one was sent, and that's how First Church Las Vegas got started. And then the second church in Las Vegas was actually our first African-American congregation, which was Zion Rest Mission, which was organized in 1917. And once again, it was the laity that kept them going. They didn't actually have a minister appointed to the charge until 1939. When the Nevada Mission was dissolved in 1918, there were only two churches in Southern Nevada, and those were both in Las Vegas. Those were transferred to the Southern California Conference, while all the other churches in the Nevada Mission went to the California Conference, which is now Cal Nevada. It wasn't until 1933 that a third church was organized, and that was in Boulder after the building of the Hoover Dam. In 1945, our furthest north church was organized at Caliente. And then Las Vegas saw more churches organized there in the 1950s and 60s when we had the post-war population boom. History does repeat itself. So we, of course, had the flu pandemic in 1918, which feels a little familiar today. So the 1918 annual session was actually canceled. Very thankful for modern technology that we can meet over Zoom versus not being able to meet at all. But they counted at the time that just everything was closed. Nobody wanted anybody to call on them, including, pastors could not call on the sick. The only time that they could really do anything for the congregation was they could give services at funerals, and that was it. We heard a little bit earlier about the central jurisdiction. I do want to point out that Colorado is the only place that was officially in the central jurisdiction as far as the Western jurisdiction goes. All of the other African American churches were actually under the Anglo Church conferences. But that does not mean that we were appointing African-American superintendents or bishops. That could only happen under the central jurisdiction umbrella. So in the current Desert Southwest Conference boundaries, we had 2 African-American congregations. The first at Zion in Las Vegas. And do want to kind of keep them in our minds. They celebrated their 100th anniversary in 2018. And shortly after, there was a devastating fire that destroyed their sanctuary. And they still have not been able to rebuild. And our second congregation is in Phoenix, organized in 1945, Wesley Methodist Church or United Methodist Church. Now, this doesn't mean that we weren't segregated. What we did is we segregated the ethnic communities that we had. And these are going to be our Japanese and Japanese congregations, or Hispanic and Japanese congregations. So in Arizona, our first Hispanic congregation was formed in 1886 at Nogales. Today that congregation is known as El Messias. And our second was organized at Phoenix, that's Primera Iglesia. And they stayed as separate, segregated conferences in the Latin American Conference all the way up until 1956. And there were various pros and cons for merging the Latin American Conference into the Southern California, Arizona Conference. In order to do so, they agreed that the Hispanic churches would have the same pay as the white churches, which in many times would be significantly higher. You would have access to better conference resources, as well as the chance finally for superintendents and bishops to be Hispanic pastors. Now, there actually were some cons. It meant that Hispanic congregations no longer had full control over their identity. Anybody could be appointed to lead those churches. It also meant in the smaller communities that I really couldn't support 2 churches. And in all but one case, the Hispanic church was merged into the Anglo church. Sometimes there was a Hispanic associate pastor appointed, and sometimes that portion of the congregation just languished. They had no support, no services in Spanish. In 1956, when the two conferences merged, there were 11 churches, Hispanic churches in Arizona, none in Nevada. As of today, we have 2 of them remaining, El Messias and Primera Iglesia. And unfortunately, we are in the middle of closing Primera Iglesia, so we're going to have 1. Kind of to highlight what happens in different communities. In Jerome, which was a mining town, the Hispanic congregation was actually denied the use of the white church building to meet. So they built their own church, and they got very creative doing so. They took the wooden boxes that the blasting charges came in from the mines, some wire mesh that basically you use to build your chicken coops, and stucco, and built a church building. It's nicknamed the Powder Box Church, and It still stands. It's just now a private home. Much more so along the West Coast, but we did have one Japanese church in Arizona. It's Okuda Memorial in Mesa. And they never had a minister appointed to them. They were served by their lay pastors. And they had one minister in the 1960s and 70s who would drive in from California once a month to do sacraments. That was it. During World War II, there were unfortunately 2 internment camps in Arizona. And the Anglo churches near them did what they could to support the communities within the camps. And I found it interesting that the ministers who were forced to be interned in the camps were actually appointed to them. That meant that they retained their employment status and their salaries. And in 1965, the Pacific Japanese Conference was merged into the white conferences along the West Coast. Now, earlier I talked about Reverend Cook and his quest to receive funding to set up a mission on a Native American reservation. Over the many years of Methodism in Arizona, there were several starts by individual ministers to set up missions and churches on reservations or for Native American communities. And unfortunately, only one was successful. So out of Arizona, we have one Native American church. That is it. And it is at Fort Yuma, which straddles the Arizona-California border down by Yuma. Now, there are a few things Arizona finally got right as far as our minority populations. The first happened in 1963 when Bishop Kennedy took kind of the extraordinary step of going to a church, in this case it was Pueblo Gardens in Tucson, and presented to the church an appointment. He asked the church to vote on it, and the church voted yes. At the time, appointments weren't announced before annual conference. You found out who your new minister was going to be when they read the appointments at conference. And this kind of created a bit of a stir. See, Pueblo Gardens was an all-white congregation. And the minister appointed was Wilbur Johnson, who was African-American. And as far as I can find, this was the first time an African-American minister was appointed to lead an all-white congregation. And it made national news. And it, of course, created lots of threats. The church received bomb threats. There were burning crosses. And thankfully, the community came out in support. The church was packed the first Sunday that Reverend Johnson preached, and continued to have more people attend, and the congregation grew. We talked a little bit earlier as well about the role of women within the church. And unfortunately, they have not been as well represented as we wanted to. Women did not receive full clergy rights within the Methodist Church until 1956. Before then, we did have women who served. They served as laity or missionaries or deaconesses. In fact, many of the early women in Arizona had two choices. You could be a minister's wife or you could be a deaconess. The first two women who were actually appointed to charges in Arizona served Hispanic congregations. Alma Blue came as a missionary to Arizona, specifically for the Hispanic population. She found an active church in Phoenix. That would be Primera Iglesia. So she focused on the East Valley, which is Tempe and Mesa. And in 1923, she was the first woman to be actually appointed to a charge. And she was appointed as what we would now call a layperson assigned. The second woman appointed in her own right to a charge was Clara Ports. She and her husband, Reverend Charles Ports, had been missionaries in Central America for most of their careers before semi-retiring to Arizona. When her husband died unexpectedly, she was appointed to finish his appointment and continued to be appointed at that church. She was also the first woman to actually be ordained as a local preacher or a local deacon in 1933. It wasn't until World War II that more women were finally appointed in Arizona and Southern Nevada. And that's because there was a shortage of men. Susanna Kernahan was the wife of a minister and the mother of ministers. She'd always felt her own calling, but it wasn't until 1942, after her husband's retirement, I should add, that she was finally given the opportunity to serve at a pulpit. Bertha Mae White was originally consecrated as a deaconess and served as a missionary before finally being able to preach. I wanted to mention two other ministers. Helen Toner is another woman who finally got the opportunity to preach in Arizona during World War II. And actually, she was appointed to Gilbert Methodist Church, and their building was condemned. So she was the only person within the conference, and this included California at the time, to lead a successful building campaign in the middle of a war. And then Gertrude Parker was originally a deaconess before she was able to fill a pulpit. And we believe she's the first LGBTQ minister in Arizona. Her partner was a fellow deaconess. They retired to Arizona because of her partner, who is the deaconess Elizabeth Curry. For her health, she was suffering from tuberculosis and got the opportunity to serve. And it's actually noted in the records at the time in the 40s and 50s that she and her partner, who kept the parsonage. Deaconesses were also important in a lot of the institutions in Arizona. The Arizona Deaconess Hospital was founded by a deaconess, Lulu Clifton, who retired to Arizona in 1900 because of tuberculosis. She thankfully recovered, and in 1911 opened a hospital and nurse training program at an apartment building. And within their first week, they were at capacity. So it took quite a bit of fundraising But in 1917, there was a land swap between the two Methodist denominations in Arizona, the ME Church and the ME Church South. The ME Church had several acres of land in downtown Phoenix. And the ME Church South had several acres of land outside of Phoenix, which had been the revival grounds. So they decided the new hospital would be built on the old revival grounds. They started building in 1918, and World War I basically stopped all the building. It was until 1923 the hospital was completed enough to move into, but it still wasn't paid off. A very generous donor finished paying off the hospital in 1928 and asked to change the name of the hospital, which they said okay, and it became known as Good Samaritan Hospital. In fact, it was known by that name all the way up until a few years ago, when it was renamed Banner University Medical Center. Let's see. The hospital passed out of Methodist hands in the 1950s, and it came down to financials. The federal government had changed some laws about how federal financing went to ecclesiastical institutes. And there was also some governance issues going on. So they instead passed it from Methodist hands to a new nonprofit called Banner. Interesting to note that the stained glass windows in the current chapel at the hospital came from the old First Methodist Church in downtown Phoenix when they moved from their location in downtown up to Central and Missouri. There was a second hospital for a few years in Tucson. It was an existing hospital that was purchased in 1926. And unfortunately, because of the stock market crash in 1929, this hospital was never paid off and always operated in the red. A lawsuit in 1936 from its creditors forced the hospital to be sold. And it passed out of Methodist hands shortly before unification in 1939. There are a few Methodist schools scattered around the state. Nogales Day School offered mostly evening English classes down in Nogales. The John F. Corbin School operated for 1 year as a kindergarten in Phoenix. But the longest running was the Mary J. Platt Industrial School in Tucson. It was opened in 1906 and as a day school. And in 1911, they started accepting boarders. And it finally closed in 1928. And I should mention, while this was a school educating mostly Hispanic girls, their curriculum was more focused on housekeeping, citizenship, and trades. They were training to become things like domestic servants. So the University of Southern California was our theology school for many years. It started in 1800 or 1880, but it actually has its history a little bit earlier. In 1876, the Los Angeles Academy was opened as a high school by Reverend and Mrs. Frambles. And their success is actually what led to USC's opening. So in 1886, the Arizona Mission invited Reverend and Mrs. Frambles to Phoenix to kind of replicate that success. They opened the very first Phoenix High School, before the Phoenix Union High School, I should add. But unfortunately, the school never had its own building and it only operated for one school year and closed for what they called the lack of funds and enthusiasm. Reverend Brambles went on to be appointed to First ME Church in Tempe. And I believe he also taught at the Tempe Normal School, which is now Arizona State University. Part of the first attempt at starting a Methodist university in Arizona included buying several acres of land in Phoenix. Now, this was the land that was later swapped with the other denomination for the hospital. Our second superintendent of the Arizona mission was George Adams, and his passion project was the Arizona Wesleyan University. So it was incorporated in 1890, and after several years of fundraising, they unfortunately gave up, especially after the land was swapped. They could never get enough money. They could never find enough students in Phoenix. There's between the University of Arizona down in Tucson and Tempe Normal School in Tempe, just there weren't enough students. And that is the reason why all Arizona and Southern Nevada ministers went to the theology school at USC, which was later moved to Claremont Theology School. Some of the other early institutions in Desert Southwest include the Wesley Community Center, which was opened in the Westel Barrio in South Central Phoenix in 1950. And the community center focused on English classes and citizenship activities, as well as providing safe meeting spaces. They added a health clinic in the 1970s and opened their second site in 2002. Another important institution is UMOM, or the United Methodist Outreach Ministries. And they operate a series of shelters. They started with a family shelter and have grown to include many more today. So finally, we come to how did we get to Desert Southwest? Arizona went from a place that we couldn't get any ministers, that had no population. And then finally, post-World War II in the 1950s and 60s, our population exploded. Which led by 1964, jurisdictions were allowed to add a 6th Episcopal area, and the Southern California Arizona Conference, as the largest conference, both church membership wise and geography wise, was always eyed as the one that we wanted to split into the new Episcopal area. However, the conference itself didn't want to split. There were discussions and votes from 1964 onwards, and it was always kind of a resounding no. And that changed at the 1984 jurisdictional meeting, which Mike will talk about shortly. The first meeting of the Desert Southwest Conference happened in January 1985, when the Pacific and Southwest Conference ceased to exist. The Episcopal area in Los Angeles remained, and a new Episcopal area was added in Phoenix. The bishop for that area was Elias Gavan, who was newly elected at the 1984 jurisdictional conference. And I do want to note, he was the first Hispanic bishop elected to the United Methodist Church. at the first meeting of the Phoenix Area Conference, just held at Central UMC in Phoenix. The name Desert Southwest was chosen. Just want to share some quick stats. We haven't really talked about our United Methodist sites in the conference or the jurisdiction involved, but we do have several in Arizona, most of which I believe Lyle organized in the late 90s and early 2000s. We also have several churches on the National Register of Historic Places, with Liberty having been our most recent in the last few years. And we have one more that is working on their application. And that is all I have for you. So does anybody have any questions of how I very quickly ran through 152 years of history? I didn't bore anybody.
Oh, waking up, Jennifer. I really appreciate that broad view of things because I didn't have a good sense what all's over there in Arizona. I have a question. Do you know if the ones that are designated historic places are having any problems doing repairs and upgrades and changes or anything?
None of the historic sites are. There are a few on the National Register of Historic Places. I see Jane's here from Liberty. And one of the reasons why that specific church wanted to be named on the register was to protect their building. I'll let Jane kind of talk about it.
Yeah, we were established in 1908 at an ice cream social. And it took us 2 years to build a church. So the building itself wasn't built till 1911. They met under an arbor until that time. And so we started submitting paperwork and finally got it registered in, I think it was 2017. We finally decided to register as a historical society. What kind of problems were you asking about?
Well, I know some of the local churches here in California have had trouble doing some of the repairs and upkeep because they're designated as historic register.
Yes, the school across the road from us was also built the same year as our church, and they changed one of the rooms to a band room, and so they can never be put on the historical.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have to be careful of what we do. I mean, we are replacing windows, of course, but.
Right.
But I believe, Jane, one of the reasons why you guys pursued that, the National Register, was something about the road being widened.
Oh yeah, the road, half of the road belonged to Liberty and the other half belonged to the school, and it's a county road and they wanted to widen it. And so that was why, because then we sold that portion of the road to the county.
Jennifer, just listening to all of that talks about a lot about the struggle both to find pastors and leadership, and also the struggle to find money to keep things alive. And so a lot of things died for either lack of pastors or lack of people or lack of money, from what you've said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's 3 churches in the Southwest Valley: Christ Community in Avondale and Community Church in Buckeye, and we're all having the same problem with most of our congregation is elderly, and the younger ones that do work have jobs, and we don't have many children in our church. So
yeah, it's been interesting to see kind of history repeating itself between the early years of the denomination in Arizona and what's happening now, with just a lot of the lack of resources lack of ministers. We're ordaining fewer and fewer people every year. And just, you know, history repeats itself.
Right.
Any other questions for me?
Jennifer, would you mind if I read 5 minutes worth of that creating the first conference history back in 1998?
And I just say a big thank you to Jennifer for all the detail that you've done in putting that together.
Lyle, I'm going to have you hold off until after Mike goes, because he's going to talk a lot about the establishment of actually getting the Desert Southwest Conference up and running.
Okay, no problem. I just thought I'd ask about that. If there isn't time, why, that's fine. You do have a copy that you have put in the archives, so
Yes.
we're good with that.
Okay, well, here's a somewhat detailed description of how the Desert Southwest Conference came into being. And I already see I'm missing a letter there. So basically, if we look at, these are the sections I put it in: 60 to 80, 80 to 84, 85 to 88, 86 to 91, and 91 to 22, and then future. Okay. As Jennifer's already mentioned, there was a lot of discussion around the formation of a sixth Episcopal area. Before 1960, there were 4 Episcopal areas. And in the jurisdictional conference in 1960, the Portland area was broken into 2, with the Portland and the Seattle area. And so that made 5, but the General Conference actually in 56 had said that by their formula, we could have up to 6 Episcopal areas. And every one of the jurisdictional conferences discussed that. They thought this would be a good time, this would be a good time, but it never came to pass, and mainly because of resistance from the Pacific and Southwest Conference. Other conferences kind of liked the idea because, quite frankly, at all the jurisdictional conferences, because of its size, the Pacific and Southwest Conference always had the largest votes, and they pretty much controlled the jurisdiction. Others would say maybe not quite, but it was very, very large compared to all the rest of the Episcopal areas and the conferences. So there was a lot of resistance in the Pacific and Southwest Conference. There are other possibilities discussed. They talked about having 4 conferences in 3 states, the 3 states being Nevada, California, and Arizona. Other possibilities came at times, but not much. So through all of these discussions, there was a lot of resistance. Each time at each jurisdictional conference, the Committee on Conferences, the Jurisdictional Committee on Conferences was charged with studying it again. It seems though that in 1980, there was a stronger push for the Jurisdictional Committee on Conferences to make a study that would really take hold. So that's 1980. And then some changes seem to happen in perceptions in the Pacific Southwest Conference. I know from talking with some of the people involved, there was a good deal of agitation in the Tucson and Phoenix districts, which there were only 2 districts in Arizona. And basically, both of those wanted a split. But then they set up in 1983 an ad hoc committee to study the possibility. So that shows that maybe Pacific and Southwest could think about splitting up. The committee was chaired by Mark Trotter. This is my old one. Oh darn. Was chaired by Mark Trotter, and he was the pastor of the largest church in the conference, San Diego First. The committee hired me to do a study, and I've got 4 links that I can share with you at the end. This is the first one, and one of them is this presentation also. And the link is to the study. Oops, I didn't mean to go yet. The link is to the study. For some reason, the bottom, are you not getting the bottom of my screen? It doesn't show that, no, it doesn't. Somehow the bottom of my screen doesn't show that the Pasadena, Santa Ana, Riverside, Tucson, and Phoenix districts all voted to support a division at this point. So that's why the ad hoc committee got started. And I did a study, and I have a link to the study if you would like to look at it. And I went through 3 possible ways of creating a district. The reason the committee asked me to do it was my dissertation was on strategies of how churches started way in the early days in 1800. But then I also have a master's in urban planning, which quite frankly helped a great deal later on and allowed me to do this study based more on demographics and markets than it did on any theological basis. In 1983, the Western College of Bishops asked the Judicial Council, could they have an election of the bishops and presume that it was going to pass, and then vote later during the jurisdictional conference as to whether or not there would be a new Episcopal area. That way they thought they could get the Episcopal election started earlier. The Judicial Council said, no, you had to, if you were going to start electing Episcopal leadership, it had to be after they decided. So the first item on the agenda for the Western jurisdiction in Boise was whether or not to divide the conference. And it was only after that that they could start on the vote. The decision, there was a lot of debate. The main reason for the resistance at this point was that a new conference along the lines that I had suggested would be a hugely Anglo conference with very, very little ethnic diversity. I mean, it was very little. And I remember at the conference, Cal McConnell was in the chair, Bishop McConnell, and Norm Lawson, who headed the committee on conferences for the jurisdiction, was doing the presentation. And the question came up, well, how many ethnic churches would there be in the new conference, and how many ethnic ministers right now would be? And they used ethnic was the word for Hispanic, African American, Native American congregations. And that kind of put everybody in a tizzy, but I was on the platform too. And I knew and had looked at in the study this problem. and it was a problem for the new conference. It was also a, I think, a benefit to the new, what would become California Pacific Conference, because that made it the most ethnically diverse conference in the denomination. It has pretty much remained so over time. But anyway, so the discussion was held up at that point, and Norm said, well, we could find it and get back, but of course nobody wanted to get back. And I told Norm I could tell him because I knew it was an issue. I went up, said there's going to be this many churches, this many ministers who are appointed there, and sat down. And that was the last of the discussion. And after that, the motion passed rather handily. A little funny side, my boss was Tom Trotter, who was Mark's brother, but he was the head of the Board of Higher Education Ministry where I was working. And he asked me at lunch, did you realize that was an antagonistic question? And I said, well, of course, but you answer antagonistic questions with just the straight facts. And it was very clear that we were creating an Anglo conference. But when that was clear and they knew what was going to happen, it did pass. But that was the big issue about having it at that point. Pacific and Southwest, as far as size-wise, was not as concerned. The first meeting as a conference, as you've already heard, was January 18th, 19th at Central United Methodist in Phoenix, 1985. Interestingly, Desert Southwest was the name they came up with, but most people thought it was going to be the Grand Canyon Conference before the meeting. And Elias Galvan, the Bishop Galvan, always had this plaque on his wall that he loved. It was the governor's proclamation welcoming him and the Grand Canyon Conference. But it became the Desert Southwest. At that first meeting, they decided there would be 4 districts. Now you remember all this area was covered by 2 districts before. So that certainly stretched through the budget. And at that point, a planning and strategy committee was formed with Jackie Taylor as the chair. And that was to come up with a structure and strategy for the conference, because we wanted to be, I say we, I was still a member of the West Michigan Conference at the time. The conference wanted to be very innovative in their structure, and we'll leave it at that. Desert View started, which was a newspaper, and a committee was set up to formulate a mission statement. Don Brummett chaired that committee, and I was kind of surprised because in February he called me up. I was in Nashville working at the board, and said, could you come out and facilitate a mission, coming up with a mission agenda? So I did, and we were able to get input from every church between February and May, so that we could have a mission statement that the committee, I didn't have anything to do with, I just set up the process. The mission statement could come to that 1986 conference, which it did. And it was voted on and passed. And by far the top priority was to start new churches. At that same conference, they decided that they would hire a conference staff person, and the person would be Director of Congregational Development and Program. Now, at this point, most conferences had what was called a council director, which was a program director. Now they've changed them since the Council of Ministries became defunct. They changed it mainly to program director or something like that, or often ministries, missional ministries or something. But anyway, it's basically conference program. They wanted to be sure that congregational development was first and the rest of the program was second. And so the title reflected the mission statement that they had done. There were applications, of course, and lots of people applied. 3 were interviewed, and after all of that, they chose me to do that. And I think part of that was because I'd been involved earlier, even though I was not a member of that conference. But I'm involved earlier in setting up. But I also, as I mentioned, had expertise in the urban planning part. And why that's important, to give you an idea, out of the 7 people who graduated from the master's program the same time I did, 3 of them went to work for Federated Department Stores, deciding where new Federated Department Stores ought to be. It's called locational analysis, and that's really what new churches should be about. And so committee to form the conference structure reported in 86, reported in 87, and there was a proposal in 87, and it was very innovative. It did not look like other conferences. And for some people, that was exciting. For other people, it was very intimidating or produced a lot of anxiety. And I still remember that we went out, and by the way, Lyle Schaller had been our consultant just on the conference committee. I was the staff person, but he was the consultant for our structure. And we came back after lunch, and there was a motion to table the proposal and bring a revised one back the next year. And it passed by 1 vote. You talk about, we did 2 or 3 standing votes at that point, and counted to be sure. And so it was sent back, and the people who were anxious about being too much out there in a different kind of structure were able to revise it. And in 1988, the revised structure came back and ended up pretty similar to other annual conferences. So we thought we were going to have a innovative structure, but it ended up not being that innovative. On new church development, which was the major thing, Reverend Robert Stanley was the chair of the committee. I was the director. And during 5 years, we started 23 churches. We continually refined the process each year that we'd started with, and and then in 1988, we actually set out the guidelines in the journal. You can view all those guidelines. I'm not going to go over them because it would take a long time. I'm gesturing, but I don't think you could see me. But anyway, the guidelines are also in a link that you can look at. You can download all these links without any problem. But basically, what we did was we looked at areas, and I had figured out that in Arizona, the demographics, United Methodist made up 1.5% of the total population. In Nevada, it was 0.75%. And so when we looked at new places to plant a church, the question was, okay, if we can get a 200-member church there, that means X that should have a population of X. It was pretty simple. in many of the cases where we decided to plant new churches, I would have a United Methodist pastor, once it was decided this was going to be a place, come in my office and say, well, you can't do it there because, you know, we're serving that area. And I had a simple response, which was, show me that you're serving one, if it was Arizona, 1.5% of the population, and we will not start a new church there. In Nevada, show me you're serving 0.75, and we will not start a church there. And of course, that never was the case. It was always, well, I have 3 people over there, or I have 2 families over there. So anyway, that was one of the issues that I think all conferences have to deal with. And if you really want to start new churches, that's one you'd have to deal with. We had, after the demographics, and these were the likely places, we got district input in terms of priorities. And then we went through a priority process with the conference amongst all 4 districts. So there was a process by which we decided, okay, next conference, this is going to be the place. Like Sun Lakes was one of them. That's going to be the place that, or one of the places we start. And we started many each year. The primary focus, and the reason why it was so successful, was we weren't starting with land. We knew the area we wanted to, but we focused on the congregation, which most importantly was the founding pastor. And I like to tell the rest of the cabinet and anybody else who would listen that you've heard the old real estate thing, that it's location, location, location. Well, with new church starts, it's the pastor, the pastor, and the pastor. You get the right pastor, and that they have that demographics working for them, they'll do it. And we had a few things in those processes that we did. And one of them was that we did not appoint anyone to a new church who hadn't had 2 successful pastorates beforehand. They had to show that they knew how to grow churches before we put them a new one. The second one was that we would start them out at the same salary that they were making in their last appointment, which in the 3rd year was rather a stretch because Don Cook, one of our DSs, was coming off the cabinet, and he was willing to start a new church. And we paid him the cabinet salary. But also because he did that, everybody then said, gee, I'd like to start a new church. So it was helpful. But anyway, that was probably the combination of demographics and focusing on building up congregations and worrying about the location afterwards was the most important part of the success. And, you know, successful congregations had no problem later on finding the land. That was the least of their worries. In fact, the one that Don Cook started, Vista de la Montaña, ended up buying a missile silo property outside of Tucson, where they used to have Titan missiles. And he always liked to talk about swords into plowshares, as you can well imagine. So the 23 churches that were started, this is what happened. These are the churches that were started. And most of them are still in existence. There are a few that didn't make it. The conference, I think the next slide, I don't know. These are the churches that made it. Now, we did a slideshow after 3 years of this new church development to keep enthusiasm high, and enthusiasm was high. And we did the slideshow show at annual conference. Well, it ended up getting shown at the general conference, and to good effect. I have put it into a video, but onto VHS. So when I digitized it, it's not great, but I thought we ought to watch it, and that'll quit me talking for a while, and you can just watch it. The pictures are for context. They aren't really pictures that are historical of the thing. So here goes the.
Morning in 1881, the Reverend C.C. McKee sat on a train headed for the Pacific Northwest. In a few days, McKee would be leading an effort to establish new churches for the Methodist Episcopal Church in Oregon, Idaho, and Washington. As he moved westward, his attention was drawn to a newspaper article which featured a speech delivered in Chicago of America by the well-known agnostic philosopher Robert Ingersoll. He declared that the church was dying out all over the world. In his words, they're struck with death. When the train stopped at the next town, McKee sent a telegram to Ingersoll, who was still at the convention. It read, "Dear Robert, all hail the power of Jesus' name. We are building one Methodist church for every day of the year and promise to make it 2 a day." When word of that telegram got out, someone wrote a folk hymn that was sung in preaching missions and camp meetings throughout the Pacific Northwest. It dramatized the excitement and confidence that Methodist radiated in those early days in that region. The Infidels, a motley band, in council met and said, "The churches are dying across the land and soon they'll all be dead." When suddenly a message came and caught them with dismay, "All hail the power of Jesus' name. We're building 2 a day." That has not quite been the story of United Methodism in the area which now comprises the Desert Southwest Annual Conference. We have never built 2 churches a day, but we do have a story to tell that is one of the most exciting and remarkable stories of United Methodism in recent days. It is a story that has taken place in the 3 years since the conception of the Desert Southwest Annual Conference in 1985. It is the story of 15 new churches, with a combined average Sunday attendance of 1,148 by October of 1988, and a combined income of $44,700. It is also a story of many interesting and varied approaches to getting these fledgling congregations off the ground. A Korean United Methodist Church was formed to meet the needs of a growing Korean population in Las Vegas, who strongly desired to become affiliated with our United Methodist denomination. Griffith United Methodist Church made its facilities available to the new congregation, and under the leadership of Reverend Soo-Young Bak, the Korean Church has made steady progress, carrying a current membership of 58. Reverend Marshall Lindsay was appointed to a vacant lot in Sun Lakes, Arizona, at the 1987 annual conference. Undergirded by his energy, enthusiasm, and hard work, Sun Lakes United Methodist Church has grown to 153 members in less than a year, and with an average Sunday attendance of over 125. The congregation has already increased to 2 Sunday services, having outgrown its limited modular unit. Central United Methodist Church in Phoenix established a partnership with and provided the impetus and initial direction for the new Payson United Methodist Church, as well as pastoral leadership for the first several months of Sunday activities. Bill Johnston, a community businessman, was then appointed to the Payson Church part-time. Under Reverend Johnson's leadership, the congregation has grown steadily toward its current 132 members. In a similar situation, Reverend Jerry Elrod, director of Tucson Metropolitan Ministries, devoted part-time leadership to a new church in Northeast Tucson. With significant assistance from the annual conference and Tucson's United Methodist Churches, Catalina and St. Paul's, the new Desert Skies United Methodist Church is off to a great start. Reverends Doug and Jerry Harrell represent yet another approach to starting new churches. Since Doug's retirement from full-time ministry, they have been instrumental in starting the United Methodist Church in Pahrump Valley, Nevada, and more recently, the new Advent United Methodist Church in Las Vegas, which Jerry currently pastors part-time. As in the case with Advent, the new Henderson Green Valley Church has been meeting in rented office space, first under the part-time leadership of Reverend Jerry Blankenship, and then under the full-time leadership of Reverend Tom Maddock. Green Valley is seeing rapid growth, having a current membership of 135. 3 neighboring United Methodist churches provided partnership assistance to a new church in Peoria, west of Phoenix, making it possible to appoint a full-time minister to begin that work. The Paradise Valley United Methodist Church added an ordained minister to its staff in July to provide part-time leadership for the Fountain Hills United Methodist Church in the Northeast Phoenix metropolitan area. These unique and creative methods for establishing new congregations and supplying them with qualified leadership have been spearheaded by the Conference Board of Congregational Development, chaired by Reverend Bob Stanley, and staffed by Reverend Michael Nickerson. Since the inception of the Desert Southwest Annual Conference, its #1 priority has been to establish new churches in the many rapidly growing population centers around the conference, and to revive and redevelop the impact of others. The launching of 15 new churches and 8 redevelopment projects has been an incredible accomplishment, considering that only $760,000 was provided through a major needs campaign set in motion by our former annual conference and through funds budgeted through our own annual conference apportionments. But with the help of many established local congregations who are in partnership with new ones in their areas, and the energy and enthusiasm of committed lay and part-time clergy, this effort continues to grow. Our Board of Congregational Development continues to work diligently to establish and formalize rules and operating procedures so this significant work can continue to reach the areas of greatest need. It has been an exciting year, one which has brought notoriety and, according to Bishop Galvan and other conference representatives, a standing ovation at General Conference. We haven't yet accomplished what we've set out to do, but the good news is, all hail the power of Jesus' name. We're building 5 a year.
So that just gives you an idea. There was a lot of excitement around that time. I think we missed, no, we didn't. So with that new church development, with the new conference, the Desert Southwest Conference grew every year from 86 to 92 in membership. And you've got to remember that during that time, most of the rest of the United Methodist Church was declining in membership. Although in 92, the growth over the previous year was only 7 people, but it was still going up. You'll notice in the video, and it shows in the guidelines, if you look at those on the link that I've put together, we used a lot of help from already established local churches. I mentioned earlier that often pastors would say, you shouldn't have a church there because it'll take away my members. But there were a lot of other pastors who had a a much different view that the mission could grow much faster if there were a new church, and those churches really did make a huge difference in trying to start new churches. And we mentioned a few of them in there, and I won't go over the whole thing. If you want to know more, you can ask questions at the end. So I think it was the vibrancy of a new conference, the focus of new church development, and that meant for membership growth every year. And it doesn't only end there. What I've done here is I've highlighted the yellow the churches that were started during that period. Now this is a list of the membership. I think this is the membership, not the attendance. Yeah, this is the membership from the Desert Southwest Conference at the end of 2020. And as you can see, 2 of the 5 highest member churches were started at that time. And you can see on down, the churches have made a big difference in terms of the strength of the annual conference. And this is attendance in 2020. And you can see attendance-wise, which is probably a better indication of how vital congregations are. 3 of the first 4 are from that era. Desert Springs is northwest Las Vegas. Sun Lakes is south Tucson or South Phoenix area, and Red Mountain is East Mesa, to give you an idea. Gold Canyon is farther east from Mesa. And Green Valley of Henderson, that's Henderson, Nevada, which is south of Las Vegas. Anyway, so that gives you an idea of how important those churches have been to the Desert Southwest Conference. I don't know much after 1991 because I was appointed to Central at that point. And then I left the conference and was president of United Theological Seminary. I mean, my membership was still there, but I wasn't that involved with the conference. I ended up being much more involved with the North Central jurisdiction at that point because of where United's in Ohio. So someone else can tell that story much better, but I thought I'd give you some personal things about it. Statistics, however, now show that membership has declined every year starting in 1993, with the exception of 95 and 96, where we were, as a conference, able to increase by 49 and 45 respectively. And here's the membership figures. As you can see, we started out in 1985 with 48,478 members. At our highest, we were at 51,493 members. It has declined ever since then. And you'll look now at the bottom. I have to say, I'm now a member of the Mountain Sky Conference, and I hadn't been. Once I left the seminary, I went to Parker, which is the suburb of Denver. So I hadn't kept up. And when I moved back here, I could not believe that the membership of the conference was 25,000, but it is. Which then leads to the last slide of my presentation, which is future. It's really, I think, the future of the conference, which started out with so much excitement and enthusiasm, I think is highly questionable today that it can continue as a conference. It's about half the members that it started out with, and there has to be a certain amount size for an annual conference to cover administrative costs and the admission at all. I mean, if you just cover the administrative costs, then it's not much of a conference. Anyway, that's the problem. that is going to be exacerbated, sorry about that, because of the denominational split, which will come in the future. You know, not sure what it'll do or what, you know, how it'll affect the Desert Southwest or the Western jurisdiction, but it's going to have a big effect. I don't know any better than any of us. I have to, at this point, just make a little comment that, and I understand why she did it. Our General Secretary of Archives and History said that most of the splits, you know, a central issue was the appointive system. Kind of, in some of them, very clearly, the 1820 split, no question about it. But the 1844 split had nothing to do with it. It was about slavery, pure and simple. There have been other splits also. But anyway, and I don't think to a large extent this split is about appointments either. But I can go and I could talk all day about why I think it's happening, but that's another story, and I want to focus on the creation of the Desert Southwest and maybe anything else. So that's the presentation. I have, if you would like to have the links, I can send them to you, or I can put them, well, why don't I put them while I'm sharing the screen? I'll put them up here, but I will also send everybody the links if they would like it, if they would like the links. Basically, I have 4 links. One of the presentation I just did in the slides. The second one is the study that was done for the Committee on Conferences for the 1984 one. The third one is the Committee on Conferences report that's in the Western Jurisdiction minutes of 1984. And then the last one is the guidelines that we put together in the Desert Southwest Conference for starting new churches. So anybody who might be interested in those links, I can send them to you, and you can get them more in depth of what I figure was a rather quick explanation of everything. So I will quit sharing my screen, or try to your screen sharing, and we'll come back to questions. How do I take off my screen sharing? Stop share. There we go. Okay, I see everybody now again.
Michael, would you mind copying the links into the chat? That way, anybody.
Great idea. Great idea. So there are the links. And in fact, I think you've got them twice now, because I copied them twice. Okay, questions?
It was just so comprehensive for me, being new at this. I know.
Well, there are a lot of backstories, which are a lot of fun to talk about, but you know, it's, as with all these things, you're juggling many different interests when you're especially in the organizing of the new conference structure. That was an amazing process, and we thought we had gotten such innovation and weren't counting on the pushback that happened at annual conference. We thought everybody would be really excited about it. But you can only move so far, so fast before people kind of say, stop.
Yeah, enough, yeah. And it appears that you had a working knowledge, and then that background in which to move forward too.
Yeah.
Many of us come from a different discipline.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Thank you for these links. It might be that.
yeah, you can look at them, and it's.
Touch at them. Mhm.
Thank you. It was an exciting time. I transferred from the West Michigan Conference to the Desert Southwest. I've been affiliated with 4 conferences, which is unusual for a United Methodist minister, but the other one, I was just affiliate member of the Tennessee Conference when I was in Nashville, but I've been a member of 3 conferences.
Wow.
And each one had different people and wonderful experiences and some not so wonderful experiences. Let's face it. That's anytime you deal with people, you have to, bend and try to bring people together for the mission.
So hopefully we'll gather all of this and move into the next phase, which is right around the corner.
It's right around the corner, and I have to say that I hope people understand the reason I'm a historian. That's what my PhD's in, is because it gives us our identity. I'm not a big fan of so we don't repeat it. Heck, we repeat it all the time.
Yes, we do.
But if we know where we've come from, it helps us to know the possibilities of the future. If we don't know where we come from, we just are at a loss. And that's why, the identity of the Desert Southwest Conference, for example, I think it's become much more of a regular conference like all the others. And as such, it's missing the initial excitement, but it also can't be like the others because it's so small. It's now the smallest. I think it's the smallest conference outside of Alaska in the Western jurisdiction. I haven't looked at the statistics, but having been in PNW, I think we still, when I was up there on an interim in Wenatchee, I think it was still like 35,000 maybe. And I think that's about where Oregon, Idaho is. So going from the second smallest, it's now the smallest conference. And to fund a program, an Episcopal and 4 DSs, is a lot to expect from 25,000 people. So I don't know what'll happen.
I think it's likely they'll rejoin some others.
Well, I think a lot of people expect the reemergence of the Pacific and Southwest Conference.
I wonder.
Because and that's been encouraged with Grant now being with both conferences. I think that's a likely thing. I guess I have to say one thing about the split, because I find most Methodists don't understand is that we're at the tail end of a movement by the Institute of Religion and Democracy, who is a ultra-right think tank that has very little interest in religion except to break up the mainline denominations, because they thought that those would be the ones that would be worst for their program. And they have successfully done that well. When they started, they made a caucus for the United Methodists, they made a caucus for the Presbyterians, they made a caucus for the Lutherans, and they made a caucus for the Episcopals. We're the last ones to deal with it. The Episcopalians dealt with it, and they lost quite a few members to a new denomination called the North American Anglican Denomination. And they've used homosexuality as the wedge issue. The Presbyterians were the ones who were most devastated. PCUSA is well, like when I was in Wenatchee, an old PCUSA guy who was a pastor was in my congregation. He was retired, and he said that the presbytery there had 32 members, 32 churches, and they were down to 16 because some of them had left the Presbyterian Church and gone to the Evangelical Presbyterian Church or other groups. The Episcopals, Presbyterians, Lutherans lost the least when they were the first to say we're going to ordain gay people. They did that in 2009.
The ELCA lost 25% of their congregations.
Yes.
So if that's the least,
that's the least.
Yeah.
That's the least. And membership wise, they didn't lose 25%. I mean, all of the mainline churches have lost, but as far as the membership goes, they've held better. Certainly they've lost, no question about it. And now it's our turn. And,
I have a question. How do we look at membership now with the advent of Zoom? Do we look at the people sitting in the seat, or the members that we are reaching and becoming involved like we are? You know, like this is my first time meeting you and I'm involved with you.
Yeah, and I think that's a great question because membership has been not the best statistic for years. Because there's a very clear understanding of what membership is.
Right.
You join the church and you're on the roll and all of that. The better statistic has been attendance. And when we were always only attending a church, that was pretty easy to figure out. But you've got a great question. How do you figure vitality, which I always have thought attendance was a better issue of vitality than membership. How do you find vitality with the combination Zoom in-person attendance? And I don't have any idea how to do that. I just realize that that's the old ways of measuring how well a church is doing just are not going to work very well in this new because I don't think a lot of churches are not going to just go back and forget about Zoom or online. If they do, they'll probably lose a lot. I think the pandemic more than anything else has made us recognize that there are other ways of gathering than the traditional ways that we've always done it that way. So I don't know. I don't really have.
In some ways, the pandemic has opened up a whole new set of ways of being in ministry with folks.
Exactly.
So true.
Reach people that are never going to come into the church doors.
Yep.
Because one of the things I've observed, I'm connected to people in Georgia, in Louisiana now, and I wasn't before. And they are members. They are connected. They're involved in the church. So, wow.
Membership becomes even less of an indicator than it has been.
One of the things that our minister at Upland has explained to me on the lay leader at Upland, and he's explaining that a lot of ministers are only keeping membership records as it pertains to new members received and members who have left and or passed away, because there's no way to gauge the membership. I mean, let's say somebody doesn't come to church for a while, maybe they're the 2 times a year people, but they contribute money. Is that membership? Well, yeah, sure. Obviously being online is membership, but I agree with you, Mike. I don't think that's no longer a viable indicator.
No,
hasn't been for quite a while.
Yeah, it hasn't been. I mean, if you look back at that slide that I had that showed the membership and of the top membership churches, Desert Southwest compared to the top attendance churches, they weren't the same.
No.
There are some rather large discrepancies between the two. And I mean, for 30 years, I've said, look at the attendance. Don't look at so much at the membership.
Mhm.
Now it's even more so.
Mhm.
How many people can we reach? How many people do we touch? How many people's lives are changed? That's what the church is about, or what it should be about.
Unfortunately, the church structure isn't always ready to hear that.
I know.
I know a colleague or two have had run-ins.
Yeah, I've been in the church structure, so I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yep.
Does anybody have any other questions for Mike? Okay, I have another short video, this time on how to handle our historic church records. And then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to invite you to attend the business meeting of the Western Jurisdiction Commission on Archives and History.
Don't run away.
Yes, stay if you would like, but first a short video.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Barber. I am the archivist for the Desert Southwest Conference of the United Methodist Church. Welcome to part 2 of Managing Church Records. Today we're going to focus on historic church records, mainly how to preserve, organize, and store your historic records so that they are available for future generations. Let's talk about some of the preservation challenges you might find in your church's records. First, let's talk about scrapbooks. All of us probably have them. They're full of photos, some other things. For the most part, our photo albums and scrapbooks are perfectly fine. These old black paper albums, beautiful. Don't take them apart, leave them be. You have images or photographs falling out, put them back in. I recommend using photo corners instead of just moving the photograph or whatever else back in. Even if you have these slightly newer photo albums where it's just glued in, sometimes it might be falling apart. These are fine. Just leave them. This way you have a record of what originally looked like. Photograph albums that you do want to take apart are going to be the newer ones that are the plastic magnetic albums. These actually do horrible things to your photographs. You can tell a little bit on the edges of the paper. See how it's lead and it's colored it. They'll do that to your photographs too. What you actually want to do is pull these out. Just go ahead and open it up. See if you can get the photographs to pop out on their own. Sometimes you can, but if it's kind of stuck, what you want to do is take a piece of thread. This plain old piece of thread, white thread. You can also use floss for like heating floss. And you're just going to put it under the photograph and just kind of walk it back and forth. And slowly it'll come out. Now let's talk about some of the issues you might come across with paper or book documents. This book has seen some better days. It's from the 1920s. First thing you notice is the cover's off. Get to that part in a minute. First, I want to show you some of the things inside the book that might be issues. Newspaper presents special challenges. It's made from highly acidic paper, and because of that, it is going to bleed everywhere. You see the shadow of the paper? That's actually transfer of, as the paper breaks down, it releases acids and it gets everywhere. Now, there is a way to stop this, and it's a secret, or not a secret. You actually want to take white printer paper. This is actually going to be perfectly fine. And you're going to do something called interleaving, where you put a sheet in front and the sheet behind, and just kind of sandwich the newspaper. But first, you have to remove the metal bits. Not sure if you can see, but this is actually held in the straight pin. This is a very old, common practice back before the days of paper clips and staples of securing things together. We're going to go ahead and pull that straight pin out. Loveliness. Make sure you don't stick yourself, it's a little rusty. Then we're going to take our two pieces of paper. We're going to stick one behind, one in front, and that's going to stop it from transferring anymore. Now, it's not just newspaper that's highly acidic. You can also get regular paper that's highly acidic. As you can see, this is a sheet of notes. It has transfer on both sides. So lovely. It's also held in by a couple of straight pins. Let's go ahead and remove those. Then you're going to take your two sheets of printer paper again. You're going to put one sheet in front, one sheet behind, and it'll stop any additional transfer. Now, why do we want to remove straight pins, clips, and staples? Well, it's because they will rust, even here in Arizona. Don't believe me? Well, here we have a few pages that have some paper clips in it. If you can tell on the facing page, you actually have some rustings on the paper clips. Wow. So we're going to go ahead and remove these. Usually they're pretty simple to remove. You just slide them right off. Sometimes you will actually have to go in and sort of pry it open a little bit. Doing a little too good of a job. Now, you might be saying, well, if we have to remove all the paper clips, staples, straight pins, how are we going to secure things together? Well, what you're actually going to do is take some of these little plastic paper clips, and these are what you're going to use instead. These won't harm the papers. Just go ahead and stick it right on there, and there you go. Now, how do we bind up this book? Depends on how often you're going to access it. If this is a book you use regularly, then there are ways to rebind the book. It's not something I would suggest for an older book like this, where you're probably not going to look at it often. You just want to tie it up so that nothing's going to fall out. There's lots of newspapers in here. And what you're going to do is tie it up like a present. You're going to take a piece of string, twine. Basically, you want something that's going to be undyed, unbleached. And you just kind of wrap it up. Now, at this point, what you might want to do is stop and add a little gift tag. Just drop it on. And on here, you can write what's contents of the book, what years does it cover. Makes it sort of easier later when you're trying to access it. Am I wanting something that's in this book? Do I have to open it and untie it, open it, look for it? Or can I just read the tag? There you go. It's all tied up. Nothing's going to fall out. It's nice and sturdy. Next, I want to talk about how to remove staples. See, there are 3 staples here, and you don't actually want to get at them from the front part. Instead, the back part. Just use the regular old cloth, and you just want to gently pry up the back. Once that's done, then you can just pull it out from the front. This might take a little bit more straightening on the back side, but this way you're not ripping the staple out from the front. There you go. Staples out. Because staples tend to rust as well. You notice I haven't been wearing gloves. That's because the general rule is you don't want to wear gloves. Your hands produce a natural oil. Usually you don't want this getting on things. However, putting on gloves means you actually lose a lot of dexterity. So instead, what you want to do is make sure you have clean, dry hands before you start touching anything. Only time I would suggest wearing gloves is when you're either going to be handling a lot of photographs, or if you're going to be handling something that you don't want on your hands. The last part of paper that I want to talk about is the challenges that come with water. Things get wet, bad things can happen. Make sure your things are properly dried out. If that doesn't happen, you can get something called mold. Well, for those of you who have never seen mold before, let me show you. Notice I have it completely bagged up so that it is not touching anything else. This way it's not going to contaminate anything else. You can see the nice black mold growing. It's all the way through the books, not pretty. In this case, it's inactive mold. The mold is dead. That lovely black color, I would not suggest sticking your face in here, but it's not active. You have green mold, or mold that looks like it's growing, fuzzy. What I want you to do is go ahead, bag it immediately, and call me. And when you're done, wash your gloves immediately, please. Just take them off. Don't touch anything else with them. Now we want to physically arrange all of our church's records. We're going to start by bringing all of the records together into one place, and then we're going to group like records with other like records. For example, we want all of the United Methodist Women records together. This means both current records and historic records from predecessor groups, such as the Women's Missionary Society or the Women's Society of Christian Service. Once they're all together, you're then going to arrange them chronologically. Now, I understand for some of our churches, we don't have a lot of early records. In cases like that, just arrange everything chronologically to start with. You can do that up to a point when you have more records and then break it down by group, or just continue to do it chronologically, whatever best suits your needs. Once we have everything arranged, you're going to start putting it in file folders or boxes or file cabinets, whatever best suits your storage area. File folders are going to be the best, either hanging or the regular folders. I would not suggest using plastic tubs. Only in limited situations where you need them for protection of your records. Once you have the records folded, you're either going to write on the tab or add a tab so that you know what's going to be in each folder, what's going to be in each box, what's going to be in each file drawer. Once you've labeled everything, then you're going to create an inventory. This way you know where everything is. Start with what's the contents of that box, and then list all the folders in it, or what is the drawer in the file cabinet, and list all the contents in it. If you have items scattered around your church, what room is it in, which file cabinet, which closet, make sure you label it clearly. And I do suggest you store your records in a cool, dry, and dark place. General rule is you don't want your records someplace that you yourself don't want to be hanging out in. Thank you for listening to our latest webinar. Here are some more resources for you. The General Commission on Archives and History has some amazing resources on their website. And if you want more information on specific preservation challenges, then the Northeast Document Conservation Center has many leaflets available for specific things. And as always, feel free to contact me. Have a nice day.
Any questions? I'm going to put the link. It's another YouTube video, so I'm going to put the link in the chat box.
Thanks, Jennifer. There were some really good tips in there for salvaging things.
And as the General Secretary mentioned this morning, there is the local historian school that will be, there's another session coming up, I believe she said this fall. And you can find more information on that on their website. It's gcah.org. Anybody can register for the local historian school, and it's a really great resource if you're doing a lot of the history at the local church.
Jennifer, I went through that. It's an excellent course. Sorry to hear about Daryl's death, but I highly recommend to everyone taking that particular class.
Do we have anyone else on this panel that completed that class? Okay.
I was on my way to completing it when I got the job as the archivist.
Oh,
So
I remember.
I'll take it again this fall.
Yeah,
I was one of the first test people to do it when it first started out. It wasn't the official school at the moment, but it was a program that Richard put together. So I kind of graduated from it.
Kind of.
Now you could probably teach it, Leonard.
Any other questions, either on what to do with your historical records, getting records for your archive, anything you've learned today?
I'd like to thank everybody. I learned a lot, even though I'm not on your committee, but thank you.
You could get on probably.
Well, maybe another thing to keep in mind too with the glove issue is you don't want to wear gloves if you are carrying items that will break. For instance, if the church has a commemorative plate or anything like that, because for that same reason you lose that dexterity, and may not be able to hold on to it if you've got the gloves on.
That wouldn't be the voice of experience, would it?
No, it's just a rule that is highly enforced at the museum. So, but other people have learned the hard way, you know.
Yeah, gloves used to be the standard for archivists and people working with historical collections, but you lose your tactile sense and your dexterity. You know, trying to turn a page in a very fragile book when you can't feel individual pages is just.
Yeah.
So the rule of thumb now is just clean, dry hands. Wash your hands frequently. That way you're not getting dirt from one thing to another. If you have very dusty records. And photographs are really the only thing you want to wear gloves for, because the older photographs and even the newer ones, it's really easy to just get thumbprints on them. Okay, well, thank you everyone for attending the historical portion of today's event.
Thank you.
We're going to give everyone a short break, and then at 4 o'clock Pacific time, we're going to reconvene in about 10 minutes for the business portion of the meeting. Joyce, you had a question about color pages. Do you mean like printed color pages, or just like books with colors on it?
Yeah, preservation of color pages.
For the most part, just you don't need to do anything special with them. Just treat it like it's paper.
All right. Thank you.
Jim Lewis, had a question for you. I was wondering about the historic site at DuPont, Washington. What do you know about it?
I knew a whole lot about it at one point while we were still living back there. I'm not sure what's happening now. Where we were when I left was there was going to be a big battle over the development of the area all around it. And they were talking about just leaving a small section for the historic area. But what has happened, I don't know. There's just a very small monument that's there currently, recognizing the historic nature of that.
Because it was the first missionary.
Yeah.
So the controversy was about development around it.
Yes. Some in the city want to make a lot of money by having industry come in and having a lot of big warehouses that would give money to the city for taxes and things. And they have little care about the historic nature of it.
I was just curious.
And I'm not sure if even the annual conference has been following up on it. I was the only one that was sort of really keeping abreast of all of the actions and going down to city council meetings and things. And the new annual conference commission head lives in Eastern Washington, and so it's not convenient for him, and there's nobody else sort of in the West that was highly interested in, like I was. And I actually left the plaque in the location of all of our historical records because that was there wasn't somebody to turn the plaque even over to. Just as I was leaving and transitioning out, the new chairperson who has a lot of commitment in Eastern Washington to what's going on there, his wife died of cancer. And so it was a difficult time for him even to accept the responsibility, but I'm not sure how active or what's happening in the PNW conference at this point.
Other annual conferences doing for their annual meeting. We're having split, and some on Zoom and some in person.
I don't know what they're doing now. So much as in Zoom right now, the state of Washington still is gripped to a great extent by COVID, and even if they may have opened up the country, that doesn't mean churches have not opened, or I'll say it this way: they opened for a short period of time and then closed down again, and they still haven't reopened churches in Washington. So it's all online.
Yeah.
Bishop Stanoski is putting the annual conferences on Zoom for the three.
Now, this year they're going to try a split, a day of legislative and a day of business, not consecutive, and then 2 days of worship and ordination and all that stuff. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I think the PNW's annual conference is all going to be on Zoom. And it's divided up into different sections. They have a section for the clergy session, a section for laity, or time for laity, and then they have a section for discussion of legislation, and then a time for action on legislation, but it's all different days and different times.
Another question for you, Jim.
Okay.
You've mentioned a couple of times today that you're still treasurer for the group, but didn't we elect Rhonda to take your job?
Well, yes, we did, although we also continued with the other officers. I'm glad to turn the responsibility back over to Rhonda if she was wanting to take that.
I think, Larry, he's right. I think because nothing else shifted, he was kind enough to keep the paperwork, even though he's not local anymore.
Yeah, that's one of the questions at the jurisdictional level is we have not had a jurisdictional conference. So technically all of the officers from 2016 are continuing. Darrell resigned, which is how you got the job, Larry. But for the rest of us, we haven't taken our positions up yet because can we legally?
Yeah.
I think maybe we might want to look at the minutes and indicate that that's not the case. We elected new people.
Right, but they were supposed to start for the 2020 quadrennium, which never happened. So that's one of the things we need to decide in the business meeting is, are we going to actually have the officers elected back in 2019 actually start, and how and why and when? And
Jennifer, this is Emma. I want to just ask you a question. This section of your meeting is business and it's for your members, right? And
it is an open meeting. All meetings, with the exception of staff parish relations, are open meetings in the United Methodist denomination.
But she's trying to get out.
Attend. If you would like
trying
to,
to escape,
you can.
Emma.
Who said that? No, I just don't want to step over in an area in which I'm not a part of. And I just want to make sure, because just looking at your agenda. Mm-hmm. And so I heard what you said.
Well, you are more than welcome. We're glad to have anybody interested in staying.
More participation is always good.
Do be warned, if you stay, you might be roped into something.
Yeah.
I am going to have to leave because I do have another commitment.
Yeah.
With my sorority. You know how that is.
Yes, indeed.
But so I might bow out.
That's okay. We're grateful for your presence and your program today.
And we appreciate the invitation. Thank you so much. I've got a whole world there, so just open up to me. And
yeah, good.
Yeah, but
we'll help you fit in.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Emma, for being on.
Yeah.
So Jennifer, it's after 4 o'clock your time. I guess we should call the meeting order.
You're president, go for it.
Woo! All right, well, welcome everybody, and got the business portion to deal with, and I guess everybody knows everybody. Does everybody know everybody? Emma is new for me. And Katie is new for me. Steve is new for me. Is that good?
That's good.
So we have the approval of the minutes, and Betty's not available. And is it anybody's opinion that she did the minutes, or did Marge do them?
Marge did the oldest set, I think.
So
Yeah.
which minutes are we talking about? Are we talking about the minutes from the 2019 meeting? Are we talking about the minutes from the last executive board meeting?
I think we've had 2 board meetings on Zoom, right? So either one of those.
Well, we still need to approve the minutes from the 2019 meeting in San Diego.
Is that the one that Marge just sent out?
That's.
I have one of the sets she set out was the meeting on May 5th to July 16th for 2020.
Yeah, that's the one I got. Yeah.
Then Betty gave me minutes for the executive board meeting
Right.
on March 11th. Do we have minutes from the 2019 meeting in San Diego?
Or did we approve with that at one of those exec meetings?
Stephen, what do you think?
You're muted, Stephen.
I'm still looking for them. I'm not sure what I have exactly. I'm trying to find them right now.
Okay, Stephen, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, I am not sure that I'm not positive that I even received them. I apologize.
It's okay. We're all having an issue here.
We're being bad historians.
Yeah, really. Perfectly normal for this group, right? Oh, somebody said you've got the exec meeting.
So since everybody has the one that Marge sent out for May 5, can we vote on that one?
Sure.
Anybody want to?
I move that we approve the minutes that were sent out for May 5th through July 16th, 2020.
I have it as a 4-page thing. Anybody have any comments about it?
You want a second on it?
Sure.
Second.
I'll second it.
I thought I had.
That's like 2 years ago.
Oh, you did? Okay.
You weren't around probably, Steve.
That's true.
Better take my second, count it as good.
Shall we close the call for the vote then?
Please.
Mm-hmm.
And this is for the May 5th one. All approved, thumbs up.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, we'll skip the March 3 one, or do we need to do the March 3rd one on Zoom?
I don't think so, since that was an executive board.
Oh,
So I don't, yeah.
no.
I think that would be approved in the next board meeting.
All right. And so Jim, I guess, is going to do a treasurer's report.
Okay, I sent out just brief information. Basically, during the last year, it's been mostly just income. There's one exception, and that is that I did send out a check for $201.22 that went to Larry for his publishing, and this is one of the two things that he published, which was the history of the Alaska United Methodist Conference from 1986 to 2020. And then he had a second publication as well. And so at our last meeting, we agreed that we would send the last of the money that was in the book fund, which was the $201.22 to Larry for his publishing. And that ended to a great extent that particular fund, with the exception that the interfaith credit union that we have our account with has to keep that open because it was a savings account versus the corporate account, which was a checking account. And we couldn't keep our money in the interfaith credit union if we didn't have the savings. So they don't have any money in it, or should I say they may have a little bit of money in it, but it shows a zero account. And then in terms of our other account, we currently have $3,410 in it. And again, that was the donations from the annual conferences and from the little bit of interest. We get about less than $1 per year for interest. And so all the money that's come in is from the donations of the annual conference. And for those of you that are not familiar with it, a number of years ago, prior to my even becoming a member of the Western jurisdiction, there was a motion to request $200 from each annual conference per year as a donation. And that's where the money comes from. And then to a great extent, it's been used to help offset some of the expensive cost for travel for participants to come to our Western jurisdiction meetings. And it's still at a pretty low level. And we'll have another 2 years before our next, well, at least 2 years before our next meeting, I assume.
Yeah, that's to be considered here soon.
Yeah. And that depends on when we have our next meeting.
Welcome back.
That's the lengthy report that I have.
That's pretty positive, I think.
Jennifer, were there any expenses attached to this Zoom meeting? Did you have to pay for a Zoom account or anything? Okay, just don't want you to get shafted because we didn't all get together.
Nope, I have
asked if she had expenses to let me know.
Nope. I already have a Zoom account as conference staff, and that's actually one of the reasons we chose to go via Zoom. Is hosting in Phoenix would have been expensive for attendees. The cheapest hotel we could find was $260 a night in a 10-mile radius that was willing to do a guaranteed room block.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Probably the Motel 6, right?
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Okay, then,
I might add to my report that I will be gone this next week and a week and a half. But I will be sending out a letter to most of you that are members to get a request for the various conferences. And so Steve and Rhonda and Jennifer and Larry will all get letters requesting. And what I'm going to do this time is just send you a letter as if I'm sending it to the treasurer of the annual conference and letting you add a note on that and send it into your conference treasurer. And so if you'll do that, and hopefully you'll do it relatively soon.
Reasonably soon.
It's not urgent that it has to happen tomorrow kind of thing, but I also don't want to spend all year trying to contact you to get you to do it. I'm working on the Oregon annual conference to try to figure out if I can't find somebody else that will be supportive of the annual fund. It's not a huge fund that's going to break any annual conference. And the other thing, the last thing I would say about it is that Alaska is sort of in that transition, and I'm not sure. I'll send a letter to Larry. I've been able to send it directly to the PNW conference since that's where I've been, and the conference treasurer up to this point has approved it without necessarily needing anybody else's approval. But the Alaska conference in the proposal will become a district of the PNW, and so we will lose an annual conference providing funding at some point. And whether that point has been reached or not, I know they're acting already as if Alaska's a district, but the general conference hasn't approved that yet. And that's so that's the question and issue.
yeah, there are committees that are reviewing that process, and it has to be approved at general conference, hopefully maybe in 2024. And then after that, will be merged into the Pacific Northwest. So that won't happen until at least 2024. So yeah, you can go ahead and send that to Brent in Seattle. Anything else then?
I do want to note, Jim, Desert Southwest has a new mailing address. So it's a PO box. If you need me to send it to you, I can. Don't send things directly to the conference office because we still haven't reopened.
Okay. Yes, you can do that.
Moving right along, I think we had years ago when Lyman Ellis was kind of the newsletter editor. He was always asking for reports from the different conferences, and people would develop a sheet of paper, and that would be what the report was for each of the conferences. But that's been kind of set aside for the last many years, and so that's why we don't do a newsletter anymore, and that's why we don't have conference reports anymore. But Randa put together 2 years worth of reports, right? Did everybody get that? You didn't send it to anybody?
I don't think I got it.
You're on mute.
You're muted.
Rhonda, you need to unmute.
Sorry about that. No, I only sent to you, Larry.
Okay.
And I'm trying to think if I sent, who's been doing the secretarial stuff before? My brain doesn't have her name.
I got 20 and 21 from you.
Yeah, I can send them to everybody. It's basically just a summary of what went on in CalPAC 2020 and
You gave
2021.
all of the members a copy.
Yeah, I gave all the commission members a copy.
Send it again.
I will.
Do we want to hear any reports from anybody? Let's see, there's a Southwest and we've got Alaska. Is there somebody else?
Yes.
I guess Randa was Pacific,
Oh, yeah, CalPAC, yeah.
For Alaska, I've just been filing in the archive room, basically keeping up on the inventory. And I published that book.
Yeah, well, that was a lot of effort.
I have been placed on the General Commission, and so I've been working on getting up to speed on that. Any other reports?
Well, I've been trying to plow through all of the boxes that were left over from my predecessor, bless her heart. As more and more churches are discontinued, it's we're getting more and more boxes. I still have boxes from another church that are in another room in the building where we are. So it's it'll take a while. Then I've teased with Rhonda and Betty and then the rest of the committee. I'm never going to get done.
That's right.
So
that's right.
That's job
that's the way
security.
these jobs are.
But I'm trying my best, and it's I'm getting pretty good at realizing what can go and what has to stay. But I think somebody said it earlier. Always look through. And I know it's a pain sometimes. You always look through those boxes because sometimes there's a little gem that's just thrown into a folder somewhere, and it's one of those things. And I've been getting a lot of research questions, which are fun, and it's been quite rewarding on that part. And I've been able to help a few people, find relatives and other records. So that's been kind of cool.
Yeah,
sounds good. Great.
Could I say something to Steve real quick? This is Susan
Sure.
Knight. I love your stained glass in the back, but my vision's getting bad enough. I read it first as atheist.
Right next to the cross and flame.
Yeah.
Took me a while to figure it out too.
I'm in my wife's craft room, and there is it says artist.
Yes.
It says artist up there.
I can see why she got atheist though.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's funny. She's gonna laugh. Actually, our 11-year-old granddaughter is the artist, so that's more for her than my wife. But this is the art room, if you will. So.
Very nice.
So what have you been doing besides planning?
If I can interrupt just a minute. Jennifer told me that she couldn't get to the links that I put on. And that's because I didn't say that anyone with the link could access it. I was the only one who could access it. Well, I figured that out. So I've resent them, and those are accessible to everybody. They're probably the same links, except for the Western Jurisdiction Committee. They did a Google, they tried to make it into a Google Doc, and it's PDF. And when they do that, it ends up being really weird. So if you get really weird on that one from an earlier link, use this one because it's the PDF. So sorry to interrupt the business, but that's what I've been working on the last 2 minutes so You can actually access the things I said you could access.
Oh,
It all helps. Thank you.
thank you, thank you.
Stephen, Dale, did you want to talk about archiving?
Sure. A bit for California, Nevada, and then some on the jurisdictional archives. Make sure I'm not muted. So with the commission, we've met once in the past year, and it was a Zoom meeting, as all of us have been doing. We've had quite a few requests for information that I've been able to respond to, but only recently have we had researchers able to come to the archives at Pacific School of Religion in Berkeley. Schools for quite a long time was closed to all of the public. Only the staff and faculty were able to access the building. But it's more open now. Vaccination and masks are required. I always ask people who are going to be visiting if they've been vaccinated. We've had continuing discussion about moving our archives. It's been a number of years now. We started moving some of the materials that were stored in the basement of Apple to a storage facility in West Sacramento. And I've been preparing materials that had previously been in archival boxes and labeling everything so that everything we'll be able to move all of the materials at some point in the future and know where things had been, and so from our inventory of all the records we'll know what's in those boxes. We also had stored materials at the Waller Center, San Francisco, the former Hamilton Methodist United Methodist Church, and I had to stop working those materials at the beginning of COVID, but then we had a group come called Food Runners in San Francisco, and they prepare food for homeless people and others who are in need. And they've pretty much occupied the space where I accessed the records that we stored there, so I haven't been able to get back in that space. I should mention that we have since 1964 provided space for the jurisdictional archives. The College of Bishops that year decided there would be an archives for the jurisdiction. So we maintain the minutes and journals and other records of the Western jurisdiction and all of the conferences and predecessor conferences of the jurisdiction. Since printed copy of the, I've been printing available from the website. If you're looking for jurisdictional archives on a website, I talked to the secretary about that, and I didn't get a response. So we could go ahead and publish them or have them print out. I think individually you can print out your own if you want a paper copy. Maybe I could just move on to the jurisdictions since I started talking about that. So we have been receiving paper copies of journals from most of the conferences of the jurisdiction except for CalPAC and Pacific Northwest since 2000. And I assume that's because they aren't available. Are there any printed copies from CalPAC or Pacific Northwest of the journals? I know they're available online in digital format.
I think they were making only a few. You had to specifically request it, which of course it didn't occur to us to do. We can probably get one still.
Well, is there any particular journal you're looking for?
We don't have any paper copies since 2011. I think that's also true for the General Archives at Drew, that they don't have paper copies unless they were special.
I think 2010 or 2011 was the last paper copy that we have.
Without
so you
special
don't have
request.
paper copies in the conference archives either? CalPAC?
Steve Dugan, are there any paper copies after 2010 in the
No.
conference archive?
It might be 2012, but it's around that time. Those were the last hard copies.
The last ones we got, I begged off of Dan Lewis when he was the because he was also at Claremont Church. I don't know what happened to that, except I didn't think there really were any. I don't.
Yeah, and roughly from 2007 to 2013, they were done on disc as well, on CDs.
Right.
And then, now all of that stuff has been digitized. It's on the website.
I think that's true of the PNW conference, that they should have a 2011, Steve, but in the last few years, they've gone to putting it on a disc. However, they have been making some copies in traditional form, but whether they still have enough of various years that you need, I don't know.
Okay,
I haven't gotten a copy the last few years myself, and but I was getting a copy as both as a retired clergy and also chair of the commission. But when I left 3 years ago, that I haven't been getting them.
Okay.
One of the things to look into is, I know at Desert Southwest, we only do print on demand.
That's what ours have been.
Yeah, so kind of making sure that when that call goes out of, hey, here's the link if you want to buy a print copy, of going on and buying a couple of copies. Something we might need to, factor into each conference's, archive budget.
Yeah.
Okay, I can look into that, and Stephen, I can get in touch with you and just go through with you what years you're looking for, and then we can go from there.
Archives, Oregon, Idaho, and that's about it for the paper copies. I did notice though that all of the conferences have digital access to their journals, and some going back 20 or 30 years. And CalPAC has been doing a great job putting digital copies of journals online.
Yeah, I think there's less than 10 that we don't have. There's less than 10 journals that we don't have
Online.
Because we don't have paper copies.
And you also have a password restriction on access for about the last 20 years.
Right.
Yeah. Protection on the clergy and laity.
Here, I'll put it in the chat, whatever that is, and so everybody can access them. So.
Okay.
It actually restricts only some parts of the journals, doesn't it? Like
yeah.
Directories.
Yeah, it's pretty much just the directories for the clergy And I can't remember, that maybe some of the salary stuff.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. And if you don't appreciate the password, then you need to go back to confirmation and
Right.
relearn Methodist history.
It's a wonderful password.
Yes, it
Steve,
is.
okay, you've already sent it. I was gonna say, you might want to send it private because this is being recorded, including the chat.
Oh, okay.
I know that the PNW now actually has two books or journals, whatever we want to use. They have one that has the business, the reports and business of annual conference. They have a second one that is essentially the listing of all the appointments and some of the data related to deaths and things like that. And so it's a separate and much smaller portion of the two, but the formal reports are one thing, and the who's appointed to where and records and addresses and emails and things are on another.
So I just in concluding a bit about digital access to the journals, and having digital archives in our conference archives. I think in the next few years, when after the General Commission hires a digital archivist, we'll have more guidance about this sort of record keeping. I think a lot of us are not quite sure how to work with digital archives. I'm not, and we're going to get more guidance in the future, I think. So.
Reminder, if you have questions, I have a better understanding of what I'm doing, having left school not too terribly long ago. Steve Yale, I mailed you a box of journals maybe a year ago. Did you ever get them?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I didn't respond. I'm sorry. I should have done that.
They didn't come back to me, so I figured somebody had them.
And you figured they might enjoy them, right?
I know at one point you also asked for a California Christian Advocate because there's Arizona information in the advocates. And we do have extra copies. And I thought might transport them, some of them to Phoenix this year, but we didn't have an in-person meeting.
If you could give me an inventory of your extra copies, and I'll let you know if I have space for them.
Yeah, so these are oversized volumes, and they're approximately 3 inches thick, bound. So
how many of them?
So probably 20 years would be available.
For how many years?
From the 19-teens to the 1930s. So we're thinking
nice.
Several feet, several linear feet.
Yes, if you could send me an inventory of them, and I will look at my shelf space.
Back to where you started, right?
Yes.
Any other reports from anyone about their conference?
I'll say one other thing about PNW, and it may not be the newest information, but after I left University of Puget Sound, which was one of our original sources for storing all of our archives, decided that they were going to not hold them any longer. And so they basically shipped them out of the University of Puget Sound, and they ended up where the others are, which is in a basement of a church that closed. And then the church is partially open for services, but not very much. And so all of the archives have now been merged together in the basement of this one closed church, which doesn't provide very much heat or insulation from moisture and other things. And so I have personal concern about it, but I have no power to do anything about it. And I know that the previous General Secretary for Archives and History was there and looked over some of what was happening, and that they made some suggestions, but I'm not in the flow of information, so I have no idea what's happening, but I have some concern for the future of all of the PNW records.
All righty then. Moving right along then. The next thing was the newsletter on the agenda, and that I guess you pronounce it Connects or whatever. They were doing it after I did it, and Shirley is 87 years old, and I think her husband's probably a little bit older than that, and they just moved into an assisted living place. So that, and they haven't been active for a couple of years. But what do you think? Do we need a newsletter? When Lyman Ellis did it years and years ago, there was a lot of good information in it from the conferences, but that hasn't happened for a while. And you can see from this meeting that nobody's producing conference reports either. What would we put in the newsletter?
I'm going to bring up, is the paper newsletter dead? Should we move towards something like a social media account?
Put this group on one of the social media.
Steve? Steve had your hand up.
Oh, I was waving at my granddaughter. Sorry.
Oh, right.
I don't have a strong opinion either way. I think our best bet would be to do something online like social media. And that way we could contribute, without any type of deadline.
I guess
that would be a little bit easier to.
Say the trick becomes who's going to set it up and or maintain it.
Well, we elected the newsletter editor as an officer. So if we're not going to do that, we need to unelect them.
I think we also need to change our bylaws since the newsletter editor is an elected voting officer.
Right. So regarding that, do I hear a motion?
Which one?
To eliminate the position of newsletter editor as an officer.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So we don't need to recruit anybody then, unless we want to do an online thing. Go, Jennifer.
I have too many hats already and about to get more.
I have a very important one.
I have a son who's a computer guru, and he says I'm pretty good with the computers. And I'm retired now, so I could find some time to work on the online thing. I don't know how it would work with the paper thing. Like you said, so many conferences are not putting out, or churches are not putting out the newsletters anymore. But I'd be willing to kind of look at things and maybe take it on.
Yeah, that'd be
Are you
great.
thinking,
We can help you.
Yeah.
Jennifer, were you thinking possibly a very simple website for the jurisdiction?
I mean, there's plenty of free blog platforms out there. There's, yeah, that might be the easiest way of just kind of move the traditional newsletter style online, and it's like a blog platform for the different conferences can submit to one person, like an article, and then they can be published online. Anybody can read them.
Right.
Alpac was talking about doing a sporadic journal online using articles that we already had and such, but that is not this year's plan, I don't think. So I'll make a motion that we invite Susan Knight to explore the possibilities of a website for the jurisdiction, a blog site of some sort. And she can even try her hand at it if she wants.
I'll second. All approve, or, I mean, who? All those supporting, thumbs up. You might
Railroad just went
remember-
by, Sue.
Pardon?
The train just went through.
Oh.
You might remember Lyle Johnson. His photo is, he's online here right now with us. He used to be down in the Phoenix, Tucson area, and Arizonian historian. But he put out a great newsletter years ago called Tapestry. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
Maybe you ought to recruit Lyle, Susan.
There we go.
He ran out of things to print.
Hey, it's Lyle. We did the Western Jurisdiction one for a couple years by email. I'd put something together and do an attachment and send it off to you guys. But I wasn't getting any, not much of anything from the various conferences. So that's the reason why it kind of died on our end.
Well, I think the freedom of being able to send, hopefully Susan can be successful here and just be able to send something to her at any time. And she doesn't have to put it up right away. She can make sure everything is all, crossed and dotted and everything and the way we want to set it, she wants to set it up. And, as soon as it goes up, we get a notice and, we can advertise it or promote it as however we'd like. And it'll become a regular feature for this particular, for the jurisdiction.
I've been looking for something other than my apartment to work with. I have shabby chic, you've heard of that. Well, I'm shabby moving. And I have boxes all behind me and around me. So this will give me a nice outlet to get away from this for a while.
Good.
Or periodically.
Ready?
Shall we,
You want to vote?
what?
Did you want to vote? Oh.
No, I was just going to say, and are we going to save this? Speaking of digital archives, I guess we ought to see what happens first.
That's right.
Yeah.
All those in favor, thumbs up.
We've already voted.
Huh.
Yeah, we already
I thought
voted.
we had after I said that.
That was on a different thing. That's
Yeah.
worth a try, so let's see how it works out.
Right.
So Does anybody, do we need to be working, does anybody ever work with the professional administrators? Does anybody know a professional administrator?
In what capacity?
Just as a holder of history. It was in that packet I sent you out.
Obviously, we missed that piece.
It's the professional administrators, United Methodist secretaries, or something like that. Anyway, I've been trying to find out about them. Apparently they exist, but they sure don't exist in Alaska.
Here
I
it
believe
is. Yeah.
It's like a church secretary, you know, and
Yeah.
they're kind of the front lines for keeping documents.
No, it's kind of like this organization where all the all the conference historians are part of the Jurisdictional Commission on Archives and History. Church secretaries, your district secretaries, our administrative assistants, your conference, it's just a professional organization.
Yeah, but we could be working with them maybe.
We could, but something happening at that level needs to come from the General Commission. What I would suggest is each conference commission reach out to the secretaries of, or the administrative assistants for your districts and your conference. Make friends with them.
Right, yeah. I had a couple more things, I guess, on the agenda. One is, do we want to recognize the 40th anniversary of the General Commission building?
Long ways away from us.
The archives at Drew.
I'm sorry?
I just said it was a great facility. I've enjoyed watching them do their work as they copy millions of different things and store them in a very modern storage system.
Is the General Commission doing anything for the archives at Drew? Our best bet would probably just be to amplify and share whatever they put out versus trying to reinvent the wheel there.
Send them a congratulatory card or something.
Yeah.
I've kind of notified staff at the General Commission about that event and nobody's responded.
I may tell you something, Larry.
I think they're a bit busy at the moment too.
Yeah, really.
Okay, one other thing that we might want to wrap up with, I guess, would be our next meeting. Anybody want to offer to host the next meeting? And I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but we were meeting every other year, and we were supposed to meet in 2019, and then I was in San Diego, and then 2019 was this meeting. So the next one would have been 2020.
This was 2021.
21 rather, yeah. So do we want to meet in 2023 or 2024? Or do we want to meet at all?
Like to meet in person. Will we make it by 23?
I think with Jennifer's experience already that we all want to go to Phoenix.
Now, what's our relationship to when General Conference meets? Do we need to do it before they supposedly are going to meet?
Who knows when General Conference will meet? I'm sorry.
Well, I know it's 2024 at this point. I just don't know when.
I know it's scheduled.
I know. I'm just asking, do we need to tie it to that at all?
I think we need to tie it to the jurisdictional meeting, not the General Conference meeting.
Probably true, but do we know when that is?
There's rumors it's going to be in November.
Of 2022, right? This year?
Yeah.
So then we would meet in 2023.
Stephen Yale, what do you think?
You're muted. You're muted, Stephen.
We had been meeting for some time biannually, every 2 years.
Yeah.
We just say this is a biannual meeting and then we'll have another one in 2 years.
Yeah, but is that 2 years from 2021?
Or 2 years from today, basically, 2 years from 2022.
I'm suggesting that it be 2 years from today, that we just consider
Yeah.
this a biannual meeting. I imagine the general conference in 2024 will be a 2024 meeting. They may have a short postponed 2020 meeting, but I think it'll be a 2024 meeting, primarily.
Early in our meeting, we had Nancy Mead on. And Nancy Mead is with Mountain Sky, and Darrell and Jim Walker were both trying to get Mountain Sky to host the meeting because it's been a while, and she was willing to do it in 2 years. So we might be able to have her host one up in either Denver or Wyoming or Utah.
Another reason for waiting.
Yeah, she didn't think 1 year would be good for her, but 2 years would be good. Does that sound good to have them?
24 then? 2024?
Yeah, with an attempt to have it in Mountain Sky.
We'll try and work with the Mountain Sky people and get that working then, if that's all right with the group.
Yeah.
They have a 3-person chairmanship responsibility. 3 persons are sort of overseeing Mountain Skies Commission.
That'd be like the chair and the finance person and program.
All 3 of them are chair, and they have various responsibilities within them. They share that responsibility.
Because that's a merged conference.
No, it's just the way that they're functioning. It's sort of no one was willing to take chairmanships, and so, or chairperson. And so they agreed that they would work together with 3 persons trying to put it together. How effective that is, I don't know.
Yeah, really.
Very good then. And a new or old business to bring up? We want to make sure we thank Jennifer and Katie for putting the meeting together.
Yeah.
It worked out really well, I thought.
We appreciate it.
Yay. Appreciate it.
Thank you all
Good
for
to see your
showing
smiling.
up.
Yeah.
Thank you for showing up.
Good to meet Mike Nickerson there.
Good to be here.
All right. Lyle.
Same here. Same here.
Anybody want to do a closing? I therefore call this meeting closed.